Chapter 4059. Gu Fei waved his hand and Fatty Pang exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Both his body and soul were destroyed. Even the celestial weapon he had on him shattered and turned into scrap metal. What? The dark form Heavenly Immortal and the others were drenched in blood, but they were all trembling in fear, not daring to even let out a fart. Humph! Ignorant fools. Sword Immortal Qing Feng glanced at the dark form Heavenly Immortal and the others. His eyes filled with disdain. So what if you are Heavenly Immortal old ancestors? In front of my master, aren't you just ants? We pay our respects to master. The dark form Heavenly Immortal and the others hurriedly knelt down to Gu Fei. Gu Fei formed seals with his hands as 4 balls of divine light shot out from his palms, entering the bodies of the dark form Heavenly Immortal and the others. He directly planted a sealing technique on the bodies of the dark form Heavenly Immortal and the others. Their life and death depended on a single thought of his. Gu Fei single-handedly subdued the Myriad World sect. When the news spread out, the entire world was shocked. Even the invincible golden immortals of the immortal martial realm wouldn't be able to subdue the Myriad World sect. At this moment, the dark form Heavenly Immortal was extremely depressed. His opponent could kill Heavenly Immortals like dogs. He had no choice but to lower his head. Lead the way to the Myriad World sect. Gu Fei spoke to the dark form Heavenly Immortal. Yes, master. The dark form Heavenly Immortal acknowledged and flew towards the direction of the Myriad World sect's ancestral grounds. Very quickly, the news of Gu Fei wanting to take away the origin energy of heaven and earth spread throughout the central immortal realms. After that, the entire central immortal realms was in an uproar. He actually wants to take away the origin energy of heaven and earth. This is too crazy. If he succeeds, the entire central immortal realms will be finished. In an instant, the entire central immortal realms felt a sense of pressure, as though a storm was brewing. The Long Clan, Xian Clan, Star Palace, War God Hall. These peak powers of the central immortal realms were all alarmed. The origin energy of heaven and earth was sealed within the ancestral vein of the central immortal realms. Whoever dared to take it away would be the enemy of all the powers of the central immortal realms. That Gu Fei even subdued the Myriad World sect. Who can be his opponent? I'm afraid even a golden immortal would find it difficult to kill him. An expert of the older generation said worriedly. Not necessarily. Myriad World sect isn't the strongest heaven sect or divine religion in the central celestial realm. The top forces like Long Family, Xian Family, Warlord Temple, and Star Palace have yet to take action. Someone said. However, there were still many people in the central immortal realms who were convinced by Gu Fei's unrivaled style of suppressing an entire sect by himself. The Long Clan, Xian Clan, War God Hall. These powers had dominated the central immortal realms for countless years. Now that Gu Fei was finally able to challenge these forces, there were naturally many people who hoped that Gu Fei would be able to make a breakthrough. However, just as Gu Fei and the others arrived at the Myriad World sect, a silhouette directly broke through the void and descended from the sky. A boundless pressure was emitted from this silhouette. With a wave of his hand, he directly grabbed towards the ancestral grounds of the Myriad World sect. In an instant, a huge palm enveloped the entire space, covering the entire sky. The power of this attack was shocking. Humph! A cold laugh could be heard from the ancestral grounds of the Myriad World sect. Xianhua, Celestial Immortal, opened his eyes and looked up. The next moment, a huge hand also rushed out from the ancestral grounds of the Myriad World sect. Boom! The 2 huge hands instantly collided. The huge hand that Xianhua, Celestial Immortal, had conjured could not even withstand a single blow and was crushed by the huge hand in the sky. The huge hand was like a huge mountain, slamming towards the ancestral grounds of the Myriad World sect. The terrifying divine might shook the entire heaven and earth. In the ancestral grounds of the Myriad World sect, Xianhua, celestial immortal, spat out a mouthful of blood. Golden immortal? He was terrified, seeing the huge hand pressing down from the sky. He could only activate the defensive formation of the ancestral grounds of the Myriad World sect. Buzz! The void trembled, and a layer of divine light appeared between heaven and earth, covering the entire ancestral grounds of the Myriad World sect. Boom! The huge hand slammed onto the layer of divine light above the ancestral grounds of the Myriad World sect. The next moment, there was a sound of something breaking, and the layer of divine light had countless cracks. What? All the disciples in the ancestral grounds of the Myriad World sect were shocked by the scene. Humph! Gu Fei walked out from one of the pavilions and punched towards the sky. His punch did not contain any violent energy fluctuations, nor did it contain any might. However, the layer of divine light in the sky that didn't dare to crack had a fist imprint on it. Bam! Gu Fei's fist energy directly collided with a huge hand in the sky. In the next moment, a cry of surprise came from the sky. Then, the huge hand actually retracted itself. Shua! Gu Fei took a step forward and instantly shot up into the sky. He directly punched a hole in the layer of divine light above the ancestral grounds of the Myriad World sect and rushed out. Everyone in the ancestral grounds of the Myriad World sect was dumbfounded. Gu Fei clenched his right fist and punched towards the sky. Bam! The fist energy that erupted from Gu Fei's fist pierced through the void of heaven and earth, ignoring the distance between them. A skinny figure that was 100 miles away was shaken out of the void. It was a skinny old man. At this moment, the little old man's face was filled with terror. He lowered his head and saw that a bloody hole had appeared on his chest. Gu Fei's fist energy actually ignored the distance of 100 miles and pierced through the old man's body. How is this possible? The little old man laughed bitterly with boundless unwillingness, and then with a bang, his entire body exploded and transformed into a cloud of blood mist. Only then did Gu Fei retract his fist. The immortals who rushed out from the ancestral grounds of the Myriad World sect were in disbelief. Do you know who that person is? Gu Fei looked at the profound transformation, heavenly immortal. It's an old ancestor of the godly blade sect. I didn't expect him to still be alive. The mystic transformation, heavenly immortal, said with lingering fear in his heart. The godly Sabergate had once produced a golden immortal, and this old ancestor of the godly Sabergate was a golden immortal. Unfortunately, he encountered Gu Fei, and this time he had truly fallen. The godly blade sect actually had a golden essence old ancestor alive. Since you dare to provoke me, then I shall annihilate the godly blade sect. Gu Fei said indifferently. The profound transformation, heavenly immortal, hesitated. Why, is there a problem? Gu Fei asked. No, there is no problem at all. The profound transformation, heavenly immortal, quickly said. His master actually killed a golden immortal with a single punch. How could he dare to say no? However, before Gu Fei could denounce the godly blade sect, the major sects and divine sects of the central celestial domain came looking for him. Long family, Xian family, Star Palace, and War God Temple are here to pay a visit to Gu Fei. A voice traveled from the outside of the Myriad World sect's ancestral ground into the ancestral ground, as well as into the ears of everyone inside the ancestral ground. Everyone in the 10,000 world sect's ancestral land was shocked to the extreme when the top powers of the 4 central immortal domains paid a visit at the same time. Chapter 4060. The Long Clan, Xian Clan, Star Palace, War God Hall. These 4 clans and sects were all peak powers in the central immortal martial realm. These powers were the true rulers of the central immortal realms, suppressing the central immortal realms for countless years. Second-rate powers like the Godly Blade Sect, Myriad World Sect, and Brahmapure Sect couldn't be compared to them. The Myriad World Sect was incomparably terrified by the arrival of these 4 powers. What should we do? Even the sect leader of the Myriad World Sect, the mystic transformation heaven immortal, was at a loss. One must know that the 4 major powers of Long Clan either had a golden immortal overseeing them, or they had a golden immortal grade immortal equipment left behind by a golden immortal to safeguard their fate. The Long Clan even had a supreme immortal artifact, left behind by an immortal emperor. It was said that the golden immortal of the Long Clan had already fallen, but no one knew the truth. However, the other 3 powers didn't dare to antagonize the Long Clan. Even without a golden immortal, no one would dare to challenge the Long Clan, the number 1 clan in the central immortal realms. As for the War God Hall, Star Palace, and Xian Clan, they were all powers with golden immortals. Naturally, these were only the golden immortals on the surface. No one knew exactly how many golden immortals there were in the central immortal realms. Taoist Gu, aren't you going to invite us in? An ancient voice rang out, outside the 1,000-world sect's ancestral grounds, for powerful figures appeared in the void, each of them exuding a terrifying aura. These 4 experts were all celestial immortals. The strongest among them was a white-robed old man, who was also the one who spoke earlier. The old man's cultivation had already reached the peak of the heavenly immortal realm, only a fine line away from the half-step golden immortal realm. Xian Fanyin, Brother Xian, what is the meaning of this? The dark form heavenly immortal's voice rang out from within the myriad world sect. Fellow Taoist Xianhua, we're only here to meet fellow Taoist Gu Fei. A green-robed, middle-aged Taoist said calmly with a horsetail whisk in his hand. Taoist Wuchen, my master doesn't wish to see you. Please leave. Xian Fanyin, Jian Wuchen, Fairy Nebula, and Long Tianqing. These 4 heavenly immortals were all famous heavenly immortals in the central immortal realms. The pressure on the mystic transformation heavenly immortal was as great as a mountain. He wouldn't be a match for any one of these 4 heavenly immortals, let alone when all 4 of them came at the same time. Furthermore, these 4 heavenly immortals represented the 4 top powers of the central immortal region. It's not up to him whether he wants to see her or not. He was like an unsheathed heavenly sword, and the temperature of the world kept dropping. A cold wind blew, and sword chi soared into the sky. How dare you threaten my master? Another voice sounded in the ancestral grounds of the myriad world sect, and an extremely sharp sword chi rippled out from the ancestral grounds. Sword immortal? Jian Wuchen waved the horsetail whisk in his hand, his eyes lighting up. Humph! A puny human immortal dares to act impudently in front of us? Xian Fanyin sneered. I have a sword that can slay sky immortals. In a pavilion in the myriad world sect's ancestral land, Sword Immortal Qingfeng raised his head to look at Jian Wuchen in the sky. A human immortal killing off a heavenly immortal. Haha, this is too funny. The 4 heavenly immortals burst into laughter as if they had heard the funniest joke in the world. Let's go. Let them witness what a supreme sword Dao is. Inside the pavilion, Gu Fei was leisurely lying on a chair, flipping through the myriad world sect's cornerstone secret manual. The cornerstone secret manual of the myriad world sect was merely an incomplete cultivation technique. The complete Eternal World Secret Manual could be cultivated to the Sage Realm, but the incomplete manual could only be cultivated to the Heavenly Immortal Realm. Gu Fei casually flipped through a few pages, then threw it to the side. This caused the sect leader of the Myriad World sect, Dark State Celestial Immortal, to feel his heart ache. He hurriedly and carefully picked up the Eternal World Secret Manual. This was the foundation of the Myriad World sect's inheritance. This Gu Fei actually looked down on the Eternal World Secret Manual? Throw it away like a shoe? The Dark State Celestial Immortal was shocked. Yes, Master. Sword Immortal Qingfeng hurriedly nodded, then turned into a sword light and shot up into the sky, charging out of the Myriad World sect's ancestral land. Io, this little guy really dared to come out? Jian Wuchen and the others were very surprised. One should know that a human immortal would never dare to challenge a heavenly immortal. A heavenly immortal could kill a human immortal with a single finger. To put it bluntly, even a human immortal would lose a layer of skin from a heavenly immortal's sneeze. I really admire your courage, but I have to say you are also the stupidest person in the world. How dare you challenge us? Isn't this no different from courting death? Jian Wuchen said disdainfully, "Whether I'm stupid or not is not up to you to decide," Sword Immortal Qingfeng said indifferently. Sword Immortal Clearwind said calmly, "The extreme Dao 9 kills sword that Gu Fei had imparted to him was definitely the strongest sword Dao in the world. At this moment, even if he were to face a celestial immortal, he would still be extremely confident. Brother Wuchen, this little guy seems to be quite confident." Long Tianqing laughed. In his opinion, a human immortal challenging a heavenly immortal was a joke. There's no need for the old ancestor to take action against a little guy like this. I'll deal with him. At this moment, a figure rushed over from the distance. Powerful sword energy erupted from this figure, seemingly tearing the void apart. Jian Wuchen wore a proud expression. The newcomer was a middle-aged man in green robes. This middle-aged man carried an ancient sword on his back, and his aura was as sharp as a peerless divine weapon. Dai. The person didn't even announce his name. He directly patted the ancient sword on his back. In the next moment, with a clang, the ancient sword was unsheathed and turned into a dazzling sword light, slashing directly at Sword Immortal Qingfeng. The incomparably swift and fierce sword light tore through the void. The vast and mighty sword Qi seemed to have frozen the void. Sect Origin Swords. Sword Immortal Qingfeng unhurriedly clenched his right hand into a sword finger and drew the sword light in the void. The sword light that was slashing towards him was actually drawn away by him. The sharp sword light circled around Sword Immortal Qingfeng's body and directly slashed back at that person. That person was truly shocked. What kind of sword Dao was this? How could it draw his sword light? How was this possible? What? Seeing this, Jian Wuchen's pupils contracted violently. Sect Origin Swords? Jian Wuchen stared fixedly at Sword Immortal Qingfeng. What kind of sword Dao did you impart to your servant? In the myriad world sect's ancestral land, Amo Xian, who was watching the battle through the dazzling light projection technique, was extremely curious. Gu Fei had imparted some sword Dao cultivation techniques to Sword Immortal Qingfeng. Amo Xian, had never imagined that the sword Dao cultivation technique Gu Fei had imparted to Sword Immortal Qingfeng would be so miraculous. This wasn't the true sect origin swords. The true sect origin swords could make all the swords bow with a single movement of the sword intent. With Sword Immortal Qingfeng's cultivation, he hadn't even touched the edge of the sect origin swords, let alone the sect origin swords. However, it was still more than enough to control this fellow's immortal sword. Swish! That person immediately retreated. However, the sword light controlled by Sword Immortal Qingfeng was unimaginably fast. With a flash of sword light, that person was sliced in half. A ball of divine light wrapped around a primordial spirit and rushed out from the corpse. However, a burst of sword qi directly destroyed the ball of divine light, and the primordial spirit dissipated. A powerful earth immortal, and a sword immortal at that, died under Sword Immortal Qingfeng's sword just like that. Sword Immortal Qingfeng waved his hand, and the sword light flew back to him. The sword light dissipated, and an ancient sword appeared, floating in front of him. The 4 heavenly immortals were dumbfounded. They never imagined that Sword Immortal Qingfeng could kill an earth immortal with a single sword strike. Earth immortals were a whole realm higher than human immortals. Earth immortals could kill human immortals like ants, but now the tables had been turned. A human immortal could kill an earth immortal as easily as stepping on an ant. I said, I have a sword that can kill heaven immortals. Sword Immortal Qingfeng said indifferently, Preposterous! The four heavenly immortals were shocked and angry. At this time, no one dared to underestimate this little fellow. Very well, let me have a taste of your sword Tao. I hope you won't disappoint me. With that, Jian Wuchen waved the horsetail whisk in his hand. In the next moment, the threads of the horsetail whisk transformed into countless extremely sharp sword light, piercing towards sword immortal Qingfeng. Every sword light tore through the void, leaving pitch-black spatial cracks in the void. Extreme 9 murders. First slash. Sword immortal Qingfeng grasped the ancient sword in front of him. In the next moment, he swung his sword, and a wave of sword qi surged forward, instantly piercing through the countless sword lights and colliding with each other. When the sword lights struck the wave of sword qi, it was as if they had struck a water droplet. They were directly refined and devoured. After refining and devouring Jian Wuchen's sword light, the wave of sword qi became even more powerful. Countless hair-like cracks appeared in the surrounding void. It can actually devour my sword essence. Jian Wuchen was truly shocked. His opponent's sword Tao was too strange. He was clearly a human immortal. How could he kill an earth immortal and fight a heaven immortal? However, this was simply impossible. This miraculous scene was happening right before everyone's eyes. They had no choice but to believe it. Buzz! The wave of sword qi surged forward. Jian Wuchen wanted to withdraw his horsetail whisk, but he was shocked to find that his horsetail whisk was being sucked in by his opponent's sword qi. The power of the sword qi surged along the horsetail whisk toward him. Damn it! Jian Wuchen threw away the horsetail whisk in his hand and retreated. At the same time, he opened his mouth and spat out a sharp sword light, which shot toward sword immortal Qingfeng. The attack of a heaven immortal was extraordinary. The sword light flashed past extremely fast. It was as if the world was being cleaved in half by the sword. Sword qi spread out, shaking the entire world. Extreme 9 murders. Second slash. Sword immortal Qingfeng's sword stance changed. In the next moment, his figure blurred, as if he had become a phantom. Chapter 4061. Jian Wuchen finally made his move. Sword light spat out from his mouth as the Wuchen sword transformed into a resplendent beam of sword light, piercing through sword immortal Clearwind's body. At this moment, sword immortal Clearwind had already executed the second strike of the extreme Dao 9 kills swordplay. His entire body abruptly turned illusory. The extremely sharp sword light flashed across his body and unexpectedly became dim. How is this possible? Jian Wuchen was indescribably shocked. His opponent was actually devouring his sword energy. This was the source energy of the sword Tao. Nothing is impossible. Sword immortal Clearwind was expressionless. In the next instant, like a gust of wind, he instantly vanished into nothingness, leaving no traces behind. What? Jian Wuchen jumped in fright. He had never seen or heard of such a sword Tao before. It was definitely not the sword Tao of the immortal martial realm. Jian Wuchen was a heavenly sword immortal from the war god Hull. He had once roamed the world with his sword, and everywhere he passed by, no one was a match for him. It could be said that Jian Wuchen had seen all kinds of sword Taos in the immortal martial realm, but he had never seen such a sword Tao that could transform into nothingness. Swish! At this moment, he only felt a cold sensation on his face, followed by a burning pain. Stretching his hand out to touch his face, he discovered that his hand was covered in blood. It was as though his face had been slashed by a sharp blade. Jian Wuchen was greatly shocked and hurriedly retreated. Numerous wounds appeared on his robes as blood seeped out from his body. This was formless sword qi. This was the second strike of the extreme Dao 9 kill swordplay that Gu Fei had taught sword immortal Clearwind. The sword light was formless, and so was the person. Formless, shadowless, and traceless. This, Xian Fanyun, Fairy Nebula, and Long Tianqing were all dumbfounded when they saw the scene. One must know that in their eyes, Sword Immortal Clearwind was merely a little fellow, a human immortal that they could crush at any time. However, the ant in their eyes actually injured Jian Wuchen. This was simply a miracle. How could a human immortal injure a heavenly immortal? One must know that a human immortal was 2 levels lower than a heavenly immortal. In terms of cultivation realm, the difference of one realm was like the difference between heaven and earth, let alone the difference of 2 realms. This could no longer be described as the difference between heaven and earth. Roar! Jian Wuchen roared. Countless sword lights rushed out of his body, forming a layer of sword astral around him. His celestial immortal domain instantly erupted, covering the entire area. Buzz! Jian Wuchen seemed to have transformed into the ruler of this world. At the same time, Sword Immortal Breezy's figure appeared within the sword domain. My domain I rule. Let's see where you can hide, Jian Wuchen proudly declared. His hair was disheveled, and he was covered in blood. Although he was in a sorry state, he still had the bearing of a grandmaster of the Sword Dao. Humph! Sword Immortal Qingfeng smiled and didn't say anything. Die! Being injured by an ant-like little fellow infuriated Jian Wuchen. This was too shameful, and he wished he could kill this fellow with a single slash. Buzz! The entire sword domain shook, and one peerless sword light after another swept towards Sword Immortal Clearwind. Every one of the sword light was strong enough to kill off the average heavenly immortal. In the face of this lethal attack, Sword Immortal Qingfeng's expression remained unchanged. Extreme down 9 slashes. 3rd slash, realm slash. Sword Immortal Clearwind roared. His body trembled, and an endless amount of Sword Dao energy immediately gathered towards the divine sword in his hand. Kill! Sword Immortal Clearwind roared. All the sword energy in his body instantly gathered on the divine sword in his hand. In the next moment, a sky-piercing sword light appeared within Jian Wuchen's Sword Dao domain. Endless sword qi gathered at one point, and then suddenly exploded. Swoosh! The sword light soared into the sky and split Jian Wuchen's Sword Dao domain in half. What? Xian Fanyun and the others were dumbfounded. That was a celestial immortal domain, but it was split by a human immortal sword. That sword light actually carried a trace of immortality. What kind of Sword Dao is this? Long Tianxing's voice trembled. This kind of Sword Dao energy was too heaven-defying. Incredible. A golden immortal level Sword Dao, or a supreme immortal emperor level Sword Dao. Goddess Nebula stared at Sword Immortal Clearwind, who had split the celestial immortal domain with a single slash. All right, I'll send you on your way. Sword Immortal Clearwind's face was still as calm as ever. In the next moment, he used the 4th of the extreme Dao 9 slashes. Time seemed to stand still as the sword slashed out. The vast and mighty Sword Dao energy from Sword Immortal Clearwind's body actually affected time and space. In the next moment, Jian Wuchen's Sword Dao domain instantly collapsed. Jian Wuchen wanted to dodge, but he was shocked to find that he couldn't move. He couldn't even move a finger. Roar! He roared crazily and desperately circulated his mystic arts, but it was all in vain. Jian Wuchen could only stare blankly as the sword in his opponent's hand pierced through his forehead. Then his consciousness sank into endless darkness. The War God Temple's Sword Immortal Jian Wuchen was dead. His body and soul were both destroyed. Sword Immortal Clearwind flicked his sword lightly. A trace of dust fell from the tip of the sword and then dissipated into the void. The power of this sword was too terrifying. Even the immortal artifacts on Jian Wuchen's body were destroyed by this Sword Dao energy, leaving nothing behind. This, Xian Fanyun, Goddess Nebula, and Long Tianxing weren't just astonished. This scene had completely exceeded their understanding. A human immortal had killed a celestial immortal. This was like an ant killing an elephant. How could an ant kill an elephant? Sword Immortal Clearwind had already expended a great deal of his vital energy. The extreme Dao 9 slashes was powerful to a heaven-defying degree, but it also consumed a vast amount of vital energy. Sword Immortal Clearwind felt like his body had been hollowed out. He was on the verge of collapse. He's done for. Long Xingtian saw through Sword Immortal Clearwind's weakness with a single glance. Little guy, surrender obediently and we'll spare your life. Xian Fanyun's face was dark, and his eyes shone with a frightening sharpness. These guys had their eyes on Sword Immortal Clearwind's supreme sword Dao that could kill celestial immortals. They wouldn't kill Sword Immortal Clearwind, but if Sword Immortal Clearwind were to fall into their hands, his fate would be incomparably miserable. Humph! You want me to surrender with just you? What a joke! Sword Immortal Clearwind sneered. You're already an arrow at the end of its flight, and you still dare to act so impudently in front of us? How many more swords can you unleash? Xian Fanyun said coldly. The three celestial immortals glared at Sword Immortal Clearwind like hungry wolves, wanting to devour him in one gulp. Such a heaven-defying sword Dao could definitely drive anyone crazy. The three celestial immortals were no exception. They couldn't sit still any longer. If they could obtain such a sword Dao, wouldn't they be able to kill golden immortals? However, none of them made a move. They knew that whoever made a move first would be the unlucky one. These guys were all celestial immortals who had lived for countless years. None of them wanted to be the first to make a move. No one knew how many more swords Sword Immortal Clearwind could unleash. You're still not going to make a move? Emo Xian asked Gu Fei as she watched the scene unfold on the mystic light mirror in the Myriad World Sect's ancestral grounds. Gu Fei pointed a finger, and a spatial tear appeared in the void. In the next instant, a figure stepped out from the spatial tear. This person was also dressed in black, and he looked exactly like Gu Fei. This, Emo Xian and Zhou Zaira were shocked. What was going on? The black-robed youth didn't say a word. He took a step forward and instantly appeared outside the Myriad World Sect's ancestral grounds. He stood in front of Sword Immortal Clearwind, blocking the three celestial immortals. The three celestial immortals were shocked. Master! Sword Immortal Clearwind hurriedly knelt down. Master, you are Gu Fei? Xian Fanyun stared at the black-robed youth in front of him, a murderous look on his face. The black-robed Gu Fei didn't say a word. What an arrogant fellow! Long Tianqing stared at the black-robed Gu Fei with a solemn expression. The auras of the three celestial immortals continued to soar. The terrifying might of a celestial immortal swept out in all directions, causing the entire void to tremble as if it was about to collapse. A celestial immortal could destroy a city or a country. With a single strike, they could collapse a mountain range and sink the earth. However, the black-robed Gu Fei stood there quietly. Even in the face of the overwhelming might, he was still as calm as the wind. To him, the earth-shattering might was like a light breeze. At this time in the Myriad World Sect's ancestral grounds, everyone from the Myriad World Sect was looking at the two sides in the sky in shock. Isn't Master in the ancestral grounds? Who is that person? The dark-formed celestial immortal was shocked. Could this be the doppelganger technique? However, for a doppelganger to have such power, it was beyond the scope of the dark-form celestial immortal's understanding. Master is using a doppelganger to fight three celestial immortals? Everyone was shocked to the extreme. Boom! At this time, the black-robed Gu Fei made his move. In the next instant, his strength erupted like a mountain torrent, sweeping out in all directions and sending Sword Immortal Clearwind flying. Kill! The three celestial immortals roared at the same time. In the next instant, all three celestial immortals made their moves. A huge seal rose from Long Tianqing's hand, turning into a huge golden seal that pressed down on the black-robed Gu Fei. The The power that emanated from the golden seal was extremely powerful. The shadow of a ferocious beast rushed out from Xian Fanyun's body, turning into a ferocious tiger that pounced towards Li Kuang. Goddess Nebula was even more powerful. She used the heavenly mystic art to attract the power of the stars to her body. Her shadow actually emitted specks of starlight. It was as if a star field had appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Goddess Nebula waved her right hand, and huge stars immediately flew towards the black-robed Gu Fei. Each star emitted a peerless power of the stars. A single star could destroy an entire mountain range. It was absolutely terrifying, absolutely powerful. Chapter 4062. The black-robed Gu Fei was extremely powerful. With a flick of his finger, he shattered the heavenly dragon seal, sent Fairy Nebula flying with a slap, and almost destroyed half of Xian Fanyun's body with a punch. This scene caused the major characters in the Myriad Worlds sect to be incomparably shocked. The other disciples of the Myriad Worlds sect were so shocked that their jaws almost dropped to the ground. That's just a clone, yet he could actually contend against those famous characters in the immortal martial realm. Not only that, he could even suppress those major characters. The mystic transformation, Heavenly Immortal, was indescribably shocked. The combat prowess displayed by the black-robed Gu Fei was simply too heaven-defying. Such combat prowess was probably even more terrifying than a golden immortal. If he wanted to destroy us, it would be as effortless as blowing off dust. An elder from the Myriad Worlds sect said in a trembling voice. He stared in terror at the mountain peak where Gu Fei was at. Just thinking about how he had once fought against such a character caused him to break out in cold sweat. The Myriad Worlds sect's heavenly immortals rejoiced at their choice back then. If they had chosen to fight to the death with Gu Fei, the ones who would have died would definitely be them. That day, the 5 heavenly immortals of the Myriad Worlds sect laid down the 9 heavens, 10 earths, 10,000 killings formation in an attempt to kill Gu Fei. Who would have thought that Gu Fei would actually destroy the 10,000 killings formation with his own strength? This directly led to the deaths of over 100,000 elite disciples. Of the 5 heavenly immortals, 1 was killed, while the other 4 submitted to Gu Fei. Boom! At this moment, the black-robed Gu Fei stretched out his hand, directly grabbing the heavenly dragon seal. The heavenly dragon seal trembled violently, and in the next instant, it transformed into a golden dragon that wanted to devour the black-robed Gu Fei. However, the black-robed Gu Fei exerted force in his right hand. Kacha! The heavenly dragon seal was actually crushed into pieces by him. The golden dragon let out a mournful wail before directly disintegrating in the air. Roar! Long Tianqing screamed as he coughed out a mouthful of blood. The strand of divine sense he had attached to the heavenly dragon seal was directly destroyed by the black-robed Gu Fei, causing him to suffer a great impact, and his injuries were not light. How is this possible? Long Tianqing was extremely shocked. That was a treasure that had been passed down in the Long family for countless years, and it was actually crushed by this guy. Just how powerful was this guy? It was hard to imagine. Shattering a golden immortal artifact with his bare hands. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, no one would have believed it. This was no ordinary immortal artifact. Fairy Nebula, Xian Fanyun, and the rest were all dumbfounded. The heavenly dragon imprint was a golden, immortal-ranked immortal weapon. It was extremely famous even in the central immortal realms of the immortal martial realm. The Long family patriarch who refined the heavenly dragon seal was a fierce person of his generation. He was exceptionally powerful. He had once killed an evil flood dragon and used its corpse to refine the seal. The flood dragon had the cultivation base of a gold immortal, and its flesh, blood, tendons, and bones had been refined into an ancient seal. Once this seal was unleashed, it was enough to shatter the heavens and the earth. It could destroy a city or even a country. It could even sink a mountain range. Rumble, Long Tianqing went all out. He transformed into a golden dragon that was even larger than a mountain and lunged towards the black-robed Gu Fei. His gigantic dragon claws tore through the void. Humph! The black-robed Gu Fei coldly laughed as he punched out. This punch was extremely ordinary, like an ordinary person punching a fist. However, it was this extremely ordinary punch that directly blasted the gigantic dragon through the air. Golden blood rained down from the sky. That was the blood of a dragon. Although it wasn't the blood of a true dragon, the power of its bloodline was something even a true dragon couldn't compare to. The spectators were all dumbfounded when they saw the scene. This fellow was too powerful, like a reincarnated golden immortal. He defeated Long Tianqing with a single punch. One must know that Long Tianqing was one of the strongest existences in the Long clan, other than the clan lord of the Long clan and an ancient relic that had lived for countless years. Long Tianqing was the strongest. But now, this Long Tianqing couldn't even block a single punch from this black-robed young man. In that case, who else in the immortal martial realm could be a match for this fellow? Rumble! As the might of Gu Fei's fist grew stronger and stronger, the entire heaven and earth trembled along with it, directly blasting Xian Fanyin away. Xian Fanyin was extremely depressed. Die! Fairy Nebula unleashed her full power. Millions and millions of astral light gushed forth from her, and in the next instant, the entire heaven and earth transformed into a boundless constellation, with each and every constellation revolving. As the sun and moon set, it was as if everyone was in a real star field. At this moment, all the astral energy in the heaven and earth seemed to be drawn over by Fairy Nebula. The astral energy was so dense that it seemed as though it couldn't be dispersed. Astral domain? Xian Fanyun and Long Tianqing were incomparably shocked when they saw this. Fairy Nebula's astral domain was one of the strongest techniques in the central immortal realms. The moment she unleashed her astral domain, she was unstoppable and had even defeated other heavenly immortals. Fairy Nebula was very confident in her astral domain. Of course, in the central immortal realms, if you wanted to be famous, the most direct factor was to be able to fight. If you couldn't fight, then you couldn't be called an expert. The heir of the Star Palace was known as the Star War God, and Fairy Nebula was even more outstanding among them. It had to be said that this astral domain was very powerful, but unfortunately Fairy Nebula's opponent was the black-robed Gu Fei. Although it was only a clone, he could easily crush a heavenly immortal. Boom! He punched out, and in the next instant, millions and millions of stars shattered. Boundless starlight was extinguished, and the countless stars in the heaven and earth seemed to have been wiped away by a giant hand. With just one punch, Fairy Nebula's astral domain, which she was so proud of, had been destroyed by Gu Fei. With just one punch, he had destroyed a heavenly immortal's astral domain without the slightest bit of effort. His ability to lift something heavy as if it were light shocked everyone. Too strong, Sword Immortal Clearwind, who had already retreated to the side, was dumbfounded. He had destroyed Jian Wuchen's astral domain by using the Extreme Dao 9-Kill Sword. The Extreme Dao 9-Kill Sword was a supreme Sword Dao created by Gu Fei himself. Only such a supreme Sword Dao could kill Jian Wuchen. But Gu Fei had destroyed the astral domain with just one punch. It was just a punch. To defeat a heavenly immortal with just one punch, this black-robed youth's cultivation and battle prowess were definitely above Sword Immortal Clearwind's. Too terrifying, the dark form Celestial Immortal exclaimed. Long Tianqing and the others didn't know that Gu Fei was only a clone of Gu Fei, but they did know that if a clone was already so powerful, wouldn't the real body be even more powerful? It was already very good that a clone could use 1% of the real body's power. If Gu Fei's clone could defeat a heavenly immortal with just one punch, then wouldn't it be easier for his real body to kill a heavenly immortal than a fly? Thinking of this, the big shots of the Myriad Worlds sect were even more frightened. Their master was too mysterious and powerful. They had also investigated Gu Fei's background. He had risen to prominence in the Eastern region and was invincible in the Eastern region. Even the Eastern Martial Saint Emperor couldn't do anything to him. However, this was all on the surface, and anyone could investigate it. However, no one knew where Gu Fei was born, where he cultivated, who his master was, or who could have taught such a powerful disciple. All of this was a mystery to everyone. He's a golden immortal? Someone said in fear. I'm afraid he's not. The dark form celestial immortal said with fear. Could he be the legendary immortal emperor? How is that possible? Someone exclaimed. An immortal emperor was a supreme expert that only existed in the ancient Dark Age. Legend had it that a single hair of an immortal emperor could cut the sun and the moon, break the universe and crush mountains and rivers with a single strike. If Gu Fei was really an immortal emperor, then it would be fun. Who could stop him if he went to take the origin of heaven and earth? One should know that in the current era, the strongest existences were golden immortals. A golden immortal with an immortal weapon, left behind by an immortal emperor, could display a trace of an immortal emperor's power. However, there was a fundamental difference between this and a real immortal emperor. No matter how powerful an immortal weapon left behind by an immortal emperor was, it was still refined by an immortal emperor. Therefore, an immortal emperor weapon could not hurt an immortal emperor. All right, I'll give you two choices. One is to die, the other is to surrender. I won't say it twice. The black-robed Gu Fei looked at the three heavenly immortals indifferently. Whether it was Long Tianqing, Xian Fanyun, or Goddess Nebula, they were all famous experts in the central immortal domain, peerless and powerful. They were all first-rate heavenly immortals. However, at this moment, one of the three heavenly immortals stared at Gu Fei in shock and anger. They all had one question in mind. Where did this guy come from? The powerful battle prowess displayed by the black-robed Gu Fei rendered them powerless to resist. Die or surrender? Xian Fanyun and the others paled when they heard this. They had lived for countless years and were influential figures in their respective sections. Surrender? However, if they didn't surrender, they would die. The black-robed Gu Fei's battle prowess was too shocking. If they didn't surrender, they would definitely die. It was difficult to choose between a dignified death or a sullen life. However, in the end, the three heavenly immortals chose to lower their heads to Gu Fei because they didn't want to die. This outcome made countless people's eyeballs fall out of their sockets. Even the heirs of the four strongest heavenly sects in the central immortal domain were no match for Gu Fei. Gu Fei had crushed the four heavenly sects with his own strength. For a moment, everyone was speechless. This, Hu-Ihu, who was on a mountain in the distance, was inexplicably shocked. How could Gu Fei be so powerful? Gu Fei had defeated the four heavenly immortals and was free to deal with the godly knife gate. In another direction, the Eastern Wu overlord's figure appeared in the void. This Gu Fei, the Eastern Wu overlord, saw that the situation was not good and immediately fled. On this day, this battle, Gu Fei's name was destined to spread throughout the central immortal domain. All those who wanted to plot against Gu Fei failed. Godly Knife Gate, it's time. Chapter 4063. The news of Long Tianqing, Xian Fanyun, and Fairy Nebula submitting to Gu Fei circulated around, causing the major powers of the immortal martial realm to be in an uproar, especially the Long family, the Xian family, the Star Palace, and the Warlord Temple. These four major powers were the pinnacle powers in the central immortal domain. Each of them had a heritage of at least hundreds of thousands of years. They were truly invincible golden immortal families. Families and sects that could be called golden immortal families were those that had produced golden immortals in the past, or were currently being presided over by golden immortals. These golden immortal family clans were the strongest factions in the central immortal domain. Even the Dongwu dynasty could not contend with the golden immortal noble clans. Even the divine martial Holy Land could not. although the divine martial Holy Land's Holy Master was the strongest expert in the eastern region. He was not a match for them. However, in the eyes of the Long family, the Xian family, and the other powers, it was nothing. Heavenly immortals were something that any random power in the central immortal region could find at least 2 or 3 of them. Come on. The central immortal realms were the true core of the entire immortal martial realm. The strongest existences of the immortal martial realm were all gathered there. At this moment, the gazes of countless experts in the central immortal realms were focused on the ancestral land of the Myriad World sect. All of this was because of a single person. Gu Fei's name had already shaken the entire central immortal domain. Everyone was talking about Gu Fei and the soul-stirring battle outside the All-World's sect's ancestral ground. How preposterous! I now announce that Long Tianqing's name is removed from the Long family. Long family. Patriarch Long Yichen said these words. Long Yichen was the current family head of the Long family. His cultivation base was extremely strong, even stronger than Long Tianqing. He was already at the early stage of Golden Immortal. He had just recently broken through to the initial stage of the Golden Immortal Realm. Hence, in the entire Immortal Martial Realm, in the entire Central Immortal Realms, not many people knew of his actual strength. The Long family finally produced another Golden Immortal. The definition of a Golden Immortal in the Central Immortal domain was to be invincible, to crush everything in its path. After Long Yichen became a Golden Immortal, the Long family became more confident. Long Tianqing submitting to Gu Fei was an absolute humiliation to the Long family. Therefore, the Long family expelled Long Tianqing from the Long family as soon as they received the news. The Xian family made the same decision. They expelled Xian Fanyin from the Xian family, drawing a clear line between them. As for Star Palace, no one jumped out to make irresponsible remarks. Star Palace was very quiet. However, the War God Temple was different. The War God Hall was extremely domineering. The Hall Master of the War God Hall had even challenged Sword Immortal Clearwind to a duel. Sword Immortal Clearwind was Gu Fei's subordinate. The War God Temple's decision to challenge Sword Immortal Clearwind was the same as challenging Gu Fei. Everyone was stunned by the War God Temple's decision. However, to everyone's surprise, Sword Immortal Qingfeng did not accept the challenge. At this time, countless cultivators gathered outside the Myriad World sect. Some of them wanted to become Gu Fei's disciple, while others wanted to join the Myriad World sect. These cultivators tried all sorts of methods to get closer to Gu Fei. Gu Fei didn't care about them at all. He was concocting pills. The Myriad World sect actually had a lot of immortal herbs hidden away. He could use them to concoct a cauldron of pills. The news of him wanting to obtain the source of heaven and earth had spread throughout the central celestial realm. Even so, no one dared to challenge Gu Fei again. Rumble! In the depths of the Myriad World sect's ancestral grounds, thunderous rumbles could be heard coming from a valley. Even from outside the valley, one could feel a strong heat coming from the valley. Inside the valley, a cauldron the size of a small mountain floated in the void. 9 dragon shadows rushed out from the ground and circled around the cauldron. The essence of the entire Myriad World sect's ancestral grounds was guided by Gu Fei, turning into the 9 heavens' godly fire to refine the peerless divine pill inside the cauldron. The Myriad World sect's upper echelon was shocked. This was the first time they had seen someone using heaven and earth as a cauldron to refine a heaven-defying divine pill. In the end, Gu Fei even drew out the true fire of Earth Lung. This was a technique that only celestial immortals could use. The true fire of Earth Lung was very unstable, and if one was careless and ignited it, even a celestial immortal would be heavily injured. When the Earth Lung true fire was drawn out by Gu Fei, everyone was stunned to the extreme. Rumble, the gigantic cauldron revolved, and after 49 days, the divine pill inside was refined 49 times, finally forming into a pill. A divine lotus bloomed above the cauldron as a medicinal fragrance permeated the air. With just a sniff, everyone could feel their immortal energy circulating at an even faster rate. It was as though just a sniff could raise their cultivation base by over 10 years. This, one of the most powerful alchemists in the immortal martial realm, Wu Tongtian, was also dumbfounded at this moment. The pill concoction methods of this fellow were simply unheard of. The Wu clan, the pill cauldron aristocrat clan, out of all the medicinal pills in the world, almost half of them originated from the Wu clan. In terms of strength, the Wu clan couldn't be compared to the Four Peak Powers. However, they weren't to be underestimated. Nobody was willing to offend the Wu clan because everyone had to consume cultivation resources like medicinal pills. Even Wu Tongtian was shocked to the extreme when he saw Gu Fei concocting pills. There was no need to mention the others. At this moment, the pill cauldron rapidly shrunk and eventually landed in Gu Fei's hands. The pill cauldron was only the size of a fist, yet it attracted countless gazes. "Master, what pill is this?" Zhou Zairu stared at the pill cauldron in Gu Fei's hands as she curiously asked. Emo, Xian, Sword Immortal Clearwind, and the others all pricked up their ears. "This is the 9 Revolutions Heaven Reversal Pill." Gu Fei calmly replied, 9 Revolutions Heaven Reversal Pill." Everyone was shocked. Wu Tongtian was so shocked that he almost fell from the sky. 9 Revolutions Heaven Reversal Pill? According to the legends, this is a supreme immortal pill that can revive a person from the dead. Wu Tongtian exclaimed in shock. Immortal pills were also divided into 9 grades: low grade, mid grade, high grade, and top grade. And the 9 Revolutions Heaven Reversal Pill was a top grade immortal pill. In this immortal martial realm, there was no longer anyone who could concoct such a pill. As for Wu Tongtian, as the Grandmaster of the Wu clan, he could only concoct mid-grade immortal pills. He couldn't even concoct high-grade ones. Could it be that this Gu Fei is actually the reincarnation of the legendary pill sovereign? Wu Tongtian's voice was trembling. Above the Grandmaster was the Pill King. Above the Pill King was the Pill Sovereign, and above the Pill Sovereign was the Pill Saint. According to the legends, Pill Saints were able to concoct godly pills. A single godly pill could allow an ordinary person to transform into an immortal physique, ascending to the heavens in a single step. To think that there's actually someone who knows about the origins of the 9 Revolutions Heaven Reversal Pill. Gu Fei glanced at Wu Tongtian, who was in the air. "Master, that's the Grandmaster of the Pill Cauldron Aristocrat clan, the Wu clan, Wu Tongtian." Xian Fanyin lowered his head as he spoke. The once lofty heavenly immortal, whose name shook the entire immortal martial realm, had actually become a green-robed old servant. This caused everyone to feel a sense of surrealism. The Pill Cauldron Aristocrat clan, Wu clan. Gu Fei didn't have any strange expressions on his face when he heard this. The Tao of alchemy and Tao of weaponry in his eyes were merely minor Taos. He was originally an unrivaled expert at the eternal realm, capable of destroying an entire heaven and earth with a wave of his hand. Even though his cultivation base had been weakened, he was still in existence that ordinary immortals couldn't compare to. "Whoever can destroy the godly saber sect, I will concoct a pill for him. Even if it's a godly pill, it's not a problem." Gu Fei stated. He knew that he had been concocting pills in the Myriad World sect for a total of 49 days, and had already alarmed countless experts. Right now, there was no lack of experts in the vicinity of the Myriad World sect's ancestral grounds. There were even golden immortals spectating from afar. Golden immortals were the strongest existences in the immortal martial realm. What? The moment the words left Gu Fei's mouth, those old antiques couldn't sit still anymore. That was a godly pill, something that only pill saints could concoct in the legends, especially those that could raise one's cultivation base. Just one was enough to allow a heavenly immortal to break through to the golden immortal realm. Those fellows who had been stuck at the heavenly immortal realm for countless years couldn't wait to kill their way into the godly saber sect and annihilate them. This move of Gu Fei's was indeed powerful. He didn't even need to make a move himself, and there were already people helping him to destroy the godly saber sect. However, the godly saber sect was a major power in the central immortal realms, and they had 3 heavenly immortals guarding them. It wouldn't be an easy task to annihilate them. Even so, there were still people making their move. Boom! An extremely powerful immortal light shot up into the sky, directly disappearing into the void. Someone had directly killed his way into the godly saber sect. The godly saber sect was in for it. No heavenly immortal would be able to resist the temptation of a godly pill. This was especially so for those peak stage heavenly immortal realm existences. They would go crazy for it, willing to pay any price to obtain it. The godly saber sect was a second-rate power in the central immortal realms. The disciples of the sect cultivated the saber. With a saber in hand, the world is mine. The sect leader of the godly saber sect was definitely the strongest expert in the immortal martial realm in the Tao of the saber sect. There was no one who could be compared to him. Once his tyrannical saber was unleashed, it could break mountains and rivers, slash apart the sun and moon. However, at this moment, the sect leader of the godly saber sect was incomparably terrified. This was because he received a piece of news that caused everyone in the godly saber sect to feel despair. Gu Fei actually wanted to use a godly pill to exchange for the entire godly saber sect. A single godly pill could allow a heavenly immortal realm expert to break through to the golden immortal realm. Upon thinking of this, the sect leader of the godly saber sect, Hubadeo, was stunned. One must know that he was also at the peak stage of the heavenly immortal realm. This godly pill had an irresistible temptation to him. Sect leader, what should we do? This news has already spread to the entire central immortal realms. An elder of the godly saber sect said in horror. The godly saber sect has existed for hundreds of thousands of years. Is it going to be destroyed in our own hands? Hubadeo was extremely depressed. Father, Huihu was shivering at the side. This disaster was caused by him. If he hadn't provoked that Gu Fei wouldn't have annihilated the godly saber sect. Unfilial son, look at what you've done. Hubadeo waved his right hand. Pa! Huihu was sent flying away, falling onto the ground of the godly saber sect's main hall. Chapter 4064. I didn't expect him to be so powerful. At the peak of the Brahmapure sect's ancestral grounds, Shinchi stared in the direction of the Myriad World sect as she sighed with emotions. Gu Fei had once said that the things he wanted, the Brahmapure sect wouldn't be able to give them. Gu Fei was right. The things he wanted, the Brahmapure sect wouldn't be able to give them. At this moment, the news of Gu Fei wanting the origin energy of heaven and earth had already circulated throughout the central immortal realms. Countless people were shocked, especially those major characters in the immortal martial realm. One must know that if the origin energy of heaven and earth was taken away by someone, the entire realm would slowly move towards destruction. Hence, nothing must happen to the origin energy of the immortal martial realm. When she thought of how Gu Fei wanted to fight against the entire immortal martial realm alone, Shinchi's heart palpitated. That was the entire immortal martial realm. Wasn't he courting death by making an entire realm his enemy? At this moment, in the ancestral grounds of the Myriad World sect, Gu Fei was leisurely sipping on his tea. Master, they have been waiting outside for half a day. Are you really not going to meet them? Zhou Zairu asked. I'm not meeting them. Gu Fei calmly replied. Outside Gu Fei's residence, there were many people who wanted to meet Gu Fei. Some wanted to request for Gu Fei to concoct pills for them. Some wanted to take Gu Fei as their master, and some even wanted to become Gu Fei's servant. However, regardless of the purpose of these people, Gu Fei wouldn't meet them. He couldn't be bothered with them. Yes. Zhou Zairu retreated. And at this moment, outside the ancestral grounds of the Godly Blade sect, several mysterious figures appeared. Each and every one of them was extremely powerful, staring down at the heavens with disdain. In the ancestral grounds of the Godly Blade sect, everyone was on their guard. This was especially so for the sect leader of the Godly Blade sect, Hubadeo. Boom! At this moment, a thunderous sound thundered out from the ancestral grounds of the Godly Blade sect, causing the entire place to tremble. Everyone was dumbfounded. From the ancestral grounds of the Godly Blade sect, over 10 incomparably powerful figures rushed out. That is, Hubadeo and the rest of the experts from the Godly Knife sect looked up at the sky. They were extremely shocked. A figure could be seen sitting cross-legged in the air, drawing in the boundless power of the heavens and earth. Thunderous rumbles could be heard from the depths of the sky. That mysterious expert actually attracted countless meteorites. These meteorites directly smashed down from the starry sky, directly rubbing against the air, and all the meteorites started burning in the air. One thought to move stars. Are you a senior expert from Star Palace? Hubadeo stared at the figure and said coldly. The man did not speak. Another meteorite fell from the sky and directly hit the defensive formation of the ancestral land of the Divine Knife sect, causing an earth-shattering explosion. The defensive matrix of the entire Godly Knife sect's ancestral land was shaking. In the void, a huge light shield appeared and countless ancient patterns appeared on the light shield. Damn it! Hubadeo was furious. He opened his mouth and spat out a blade light. Buzz! Everyone could only hear the buzzing of the divine blade. Then an extremely brilliant blade light soared into the sky and slashed at the figure in the sky. Wherever the blade light passed, heaven and earth seemed to be split in half. Countless meteorites that fell from the starry sky exploded. High up in the sky, flames soared into the sky. Seal! The mysterious figure drew in the power of the stars, and the entire void immediately froze. Boundless starlight appeared in the void, as though a star region had appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Boom! The incomparably resplendent saber light directly exploded in front of the mysterious expert, only to see a mass of starlight enveloping the mysterious expert. Hubadeo's blade could not break the star realm surrounding the mysterious expert, nor could it hurt the mysterious expert at all. Hubadeo was the leader of the Godly Knife sect, an expert at the peak of Fairy Immortal. With a single blade, mountains and rivers would shatter and stars would fall. However, such a powerful blade could not break the mysterious expert's Fairy Immortal realm. The mysterious expert's cultivation was definitely above Hubadeo's. He was at least a half-step golden immortal, or even a golden immortal. Blade formation! Hubadeo roared. The dozen experts of the Godly Knife sect beside him immediately dispersed. Boom! Incomparably brilliant blade light rushed out from each of them. Each of them was like a peerless heavenly blade that was suddenly unsheathed. Terrifying blade energy spread out, shaking the heaven and earth. 18 people instantly formed a blade formation. Countless formation runes were faintly discernible in the void. Hubadeo stood in the center of the formation. His white hair was fluttering wildly in the wind. His chi kept rising, and very soon it broke through the limit of Fairy Immortal. Blade, come! Hubadeo stretched out his right hand. In the ancestral land of the Godly Knife sect, the sound of a blade resounded through the 9 heavens. Then a mountain peak exploded with a boom. Blade light soared into the sky. A divine blade rushed out from the exploded mountain peak and fell into Hubadeo's hand in an instant. The moment the divine blade was in his hand, Hubadeo's chi immediately became overbearing to the extreme. His might suppressed the heaven and earth, shaking the universe. It was as if he could destroy the heaven and earth with a single blade. At this moment, Hubadeo was truly overbearing. With a blade in hand, his chi dominated the world. The other 17 people that formed the blade formation gathered their power on Hubadeo. This overbearing power directly raised Hubideo's strength to the golden immortal realm, especially the divine blade in Hubideo's hand. It was a golden immortal Tao artifact, left behind by the founder of the godly knife sect. At this time, Hubideo looked like a peerless golden immortal descending to the world with the immortal knife sect in hand. Up in the sky, the mysterious expert saw this scene and could not help but be moved. Although the godly knife sect was a second-rate force in the central immortal domain, it definitely did not rely on luck to be able to survive for hundreds of thousands of years. The godly knife sect's ultimate blade formation was one of the best, and the golden immortal Tao artifact, the immortal extinguishing blade, was also one of the best. This was the reason why the godly knife sect was so confident. I don't care who you are. You can go to hell. Hubideo roared angrily. He held the blade with both hands and slashed at the mysterious expert in the sky with all his might. Swoosh! The blade light that rushed out of Hubideo's hand directly tore the heaven and earth apart. Everywhere it passed, a pitch-black spatial crack was left in the void. The immortal blade light directly broke the layer of star god power outside the mysterious expert's body and split the mysterious expert's domain in one slash. The blade light broke through the layer of star god power outside the mysterious expert's body and split the mysterious expert's domain in one slash. Just as the immortal blade light was about to split the mysterious expert in half, a divine shield suddenly appeared in front of the mysterious expert. Boom! The peerless blade slashed on the divine shield, causing the starlight on the divine shield to dissipate. The star Tao patterns on the divine shield crumbled and cracks appeared on it. What? The mysterious expert was inexplicably shocked. The power of this blade was far beyond his expectations. The next moment, another blade light slashed up from below. Boom! With a loud bang, the divine shield that blocked in front of the mysterious expert had more cracks. The entire divine shield was dim and looked like it could break at any time. Preposterous! The mysterious expert was anxious. This divine shield could no longer withstand the third slash. He directly smashed the divine shield in his hand at Hubideo. Hubideo's blade light flashed, and the divine shield that was smashed at him directly exploded. The blade light rushed through and once again slashed at the mysterious expert's body. This time, the mysterious expert couldn't block Hubideo's blade. 10th star field. The mysterious expert roared angrily. Endless star god power descended from the sky and instantly gathered on his body. The next moment, his figure became blurred. The blade light directly slashed through his blurred figure. It was just an afterimage. The mysterious expert's real body appeared in another void. At this time, billions of starlight were attracted by him and instantly condensed into a big starlight hand. It directly slapped at Hubideo below. Rumble! The entire universe was shaking, as though it could crumble under the big hand at any time. The big starlight hand was like a divine mountain descending from the sky. Before it actually slapped down, Hubideo and the others below were already suffocating. Then, there was no doubt that the mysterious expert was definitely an exceptional expert from Star Palace. His star mystic skill was earth-shattering. However, Hubideo definitely wouldn't sit still and wait for death. He operated his mystic skill and devoured the other 17 people's power. The exterminate celestial blade in his hand was vibrating continuously. The divine blade seemed to be coming alive. The exterminate celestial blade wasn't an extreme divine weapon. There wasn't any god in the blade. That was the essential difference between an extreme divine weapon and other doctrine weapons. If a doctrine weapon gave birth to a god, it would be like it had a life. The person who could create life was only an extreme supreme master. Even an immortal couldn't create life because it was truly a great power that defied the natural order. Die. Hubideo had no way out. If it wasn't death, it would be him. He didn't care about the price and activated the exterminate celestial blade in his hand. The next moment, There were ancient divine patterns that appeared on the exterminate celestial blade. The power of the exterminate celestial blade was finally released completely. Virum, the peerless divine blade, rushed out of Hubideo's hand and turned into a blade radiance that slashed upwards. The blade radiance soared into the sky and split the big starlight hand in half. With a flash of the blade radiance, the mysterious expert was also split in half. Seeing this scene, everyone was inexplicably shocked. The godly knife gate's peerless blade formation, combined with exterminate celestial blade, could actually produce such a powerful force. Some of the people who wanted to make a move endured the urge. It was impossible for the godly knife gate to be able to survive for hundreds of thousands of years without some unique skills. Hubideo's saber strike shocked many people. However, Hubideo had underestimated the allure of a divine pill for cultivators. Some of the cultivators had retreated, but even more powerful existences had stepped forward. Hubideo, come out and die. An old man riding an old goat appeared in the sky above the ancestral land of the godly knife gate. It's you. Chapter 4065. The old man on the goat looked very ordinary, with half a foot in the grave. However, his appearance caused the entire heaven and earth to fall silent. Hubideo was even more dumbfounded. You! Hubideo's voice was trembling. Kill yourself. I can leave your corpse intact. The old man on the goat indifferently spoke. What? Hubideo's fear reached the extreme. To think that this person is still alive. From afar, those ancient existences were also shocked to the extreme because they had already recognized the origin of this old man. Even an existence like you is willing to sell your life to Gu Fei for a divine pill. Hubideo was shocked and raged and unwilling. No one can make me sell my life. I only sell my life to myself, the old man emotionlessly replied. Sell your life to yourself. Hubideo started when he heard that. He recalled a legend. This person should have fallen during the dark ages of the immortal martial realm. However, he survived. Maybe he had paid an unimaginable price to survive. Flame Monarch, what do you want? Hubideo calmed himself down. He wielded the immortal extinguishing saber and sat in the center of the killing formation, frenziedly activating the formation. Energy fluctuations of a golden immortal erupted forth from him, causing the entire space to tremble. The juniors, nowadays, AI. The old man helplessly shook his head. Flaunting your seniority, wanting me to kill myself? Do you think you are an immortal sovereign? Hubideo coldly spoke. How can an old man like me be an immortal sovereign? But I can still destroy the godly blade sect. The flame monarch didn't even bother to glance at Hubideo. This fellow actually dares to challenge the flame monarch. From afar, those ancient existences who were spectating were indescribably shocked. This flame monarch was a supreme expert who had survived the Dark Ages. In the entire immortal martial realm, there weren't many existences like him. The Flame Monarch was a hegemon of a region during the Dark Ages. He had once conquered the world and was a supreme expert who had the qualifications to participate in the struggle for supremacy. However, that struggle almost destroyed the entire immortal martial realm. Those who survived used their last bit of strength to seal the source energy of the immortal martial realm in the central immortal realms. Fiery King was an immortal lord, but now he wanted to destroy the godly blade sect. If my guess is correct, you want the divine elixir to extend your life. Hubideo sneered. Otherwise, why would Fiery King attack the godly knife gate? Noisy! Fiery King immediately sent a slap towards Hubideo. Kill! Hubideo roared and slashed at Fiery King with the celestial extinguishing saber in his hand. The immortal saber light flashed across the void like lightning. Clang! Fiery King's finger swept across the blade of the immortal exterminating saber, and a metallic sound was heard. Hubadeo only felt a violent jolt in his hands that were holding the saber. The extinguished immortal saber in his hands almost flew out of his hands, and his palms were split open. Amazing! Hubadeo was shocked to the extreme. His fleshly body could take on a golden immortal grade immortal weapon. Just how strong was this fellow's fleshly body? At this time, the other 17 elders of the Divine Path sect who formed the Killing Formation roared at the same time. Tyrannical power crazily converged toward Hubadeo, who was in the center of the formation. An extremely overbearing pressure burst out from Hubadeo's body and shook heaven and earth. Roar! Hubadeo wielded the celestial exterminating saber in his hand and slashed at Fiery King's head with all his might. The slash was even more powerful than the one that had killed the mysterious expert from Star Palace. The slash was so powerful that heaven and earth were destroyed. The destructive aura filled the universe. However, at the very next moment, Hubadeo was shocked to death by the scene in front of him. Fiery King, who was riding on the old goat, extended his right hand and grabbed the celestial exterminating saber. Everyone was dumbfounded. Fiery King had completely ignored the celestial exterminating saber in Hubadeo's hand. The extremely sharp celestial exterminating saber couldn't even cut Fiery King's flesh. In actual fact, if one were to look closely, one would realize that there was a layer of runes on Fiery King's right hand. The runes were deep into his flesh and bones. Fiery King snatched the celestial exterminating saber from Hubadeo's hand. Then, with one slash, Hubadeo's head flew up. The master of the Divine Knife sect was beheaded by an old man just like that. Virum! There was a flash of saber light. Fiery King rode on his old goat and charged into the fatal saber formation. With one slash, he killed all 17 elders of the Divine Knife sect. In the end, he opened his mouth and inhaled. He swallowed the power of the fatal formation that exploded into his body. There was a hideous crack in between Fiery King's eyebrows. There was a terrifying crimson light that was seeping out from the crack. The very next moment, the crack disappeared as though it had never been there. Hubadeo made a wrong judgment this time. Even if Fiery King had an internal injury, he wouldn't be able to handle it, an old antique side. Fiery King was the god of massacre in that era. The Divine Knife sect is about to become a thing of the past. Someone muttered from afar. There was no suspense in what happened next, because no one dared to be presumptuous in front of Fiery King, let alone jump out to challenge Fiery King. Even someone as strong as Hubadeo died in the hands of Fiery King, let alone the others. Swoosh! Fiery King split the entire ancestral land of the Divine Knife sect with one slash. There was a 1,000-mile crack on the ground, and it was bottomless. Seeing this scene, everyone's eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. Fiery King had returned and destroyed the Divine Knife sect with one slash. When the news spread, all the major forces in the central celestial realm were dumbfounded. They thought that the one Tao immortal who had fallen for countless years was still alive and had destroyed the Divine Knife sect. After Fiery King destroyed the Divine Knife sect, he disappeared. However, everyone knew that he was going to the ancestral land of the Thousand Worlds sect to look for Gu Fei. All the cultivation resources in the ancestral land of the Divine Knife sect had been taken away by Fiery King. They were his spoils of war, so he would not let anyone else take advantage of them. However, the territory of the Divine Knife sect was huge. Apart from the ancestral land, there were also many cultivation resources in other places. The forces near the Divine Knife sect were the first to attack them. Everyone wanted a piece of this fat piece of meat. The vice sect leader of the Brahma Pure sect personally led the experts of the Brahma Pure sect and took down 19 cities of the Divine Knife sect in one go. Of course, the fat piece of meat that was the Divine Knife sect naturally fell into the hands of the heavenly sects and religions. The Brahma Pure sect only obtained some insignificant benefits from it. While the forces were fighting for the territory of the Divine Knife sect, an old man riding on an old goat slowly appeared on the horizon, and walked towards the ancestral land of the Thousand World sect. Halt! When the old man arrived near the ancestral land of the Thousand World sect, a middle-aged man in green robes rushed out from the ancestral land and blocked the old man's path. Scram! The old man waved his hand, and the middle-aged man flew away, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. The old man riding on the goat was none other than Fiery King. Fiery King directly barged into the ancestral land of the All-World sect. Even though an elder of the All-World sect made a move, he was still caught by Fiery King as if he was grabbing a chicken, and then threw him out of sight. Boom! The defensive formation of the ancestral land of the Thousand World sect was activated, and a layer of divine light enveloped the entire ancestral land. Powerful energy, fluctuations spread out in all directions. At this time, the disciples of the Thousand World sect were already in chaos. Someone actually dared to attack the Thousand World sect at this time. Was he trying to make an enemy out of Gu Fei? On a divine mountain, Zhou Zairu raised her head to look at the man and the goat in the sky. She frowned. This person dared to attack the ancestral land of the Thousand World sect. He was clearly not putting her master, Gu Fei, in his eyes. Interesting. Emo Xian stood beside Zhou Zairu, and a cold smile appeared on her face as she looked at the old man riding on the goat. Who is this person? Sword Immortal Qingfeng had a bad feeling about this, but his intuition told him that no matter how strong this person was, he was definitely no match for his master. At this time, Fiery King directly broke through the defensive formation of the Thousand World sect and barged into the ancestral land of the Thousand World sect. What? Countless disciples in the ancestral land of the Thousand World sect were shocked to the extreme. Where did this old man come from? Who are you? Why are you attacking our ancestral land? A powerful figure walked out from the ancestral land of the Thousand World sect. This person was none other than the sect leader of the Thousand World sect. Call Gu Fei out to see me, Fiery King said indifferently. Preposterous. The sect leader of the Thousand World sect was infuriated. This guy didn't even put him in his eyes. Go to hell. The sect leader of the Thousand World sect roared in anger. Both of his hands turned translucent, and in the next moment he slammed his palm towards Fiery King. Rumble! The palm strike caused wind and thunder to rumble. At this time, the sect leader of the Thousand World sect was using his full strength, and his palm could control an area. Humph! Fiery King directly slashed his saber towards the sect leader of the All-World sect. The saber light destroyed the huge hand that the sect leader had conjured with a single slash. In the next moment, the immortal extinguishing saber was placed on the neck of the sect leader. What? The sect leader of the Thousand World sect almost peed in his pants. This old man was actually so powerful. No wonder he dared to barge into the ancestral land of the Thousand World sect alone. The others were even more dumbfounded. In an instant, everyone looked at the scene in the sky in fear. The sect leader of the Thousand World sect has lost. That guy only used one move. Sword Immortal Qingfeng was extremely shocked. This guy was much stronger than him. Even Zhou Zairu and Emo Xian were a little excited. This time, Gu Fei might have met his match. You want to see my master? The sect leader of the Thousand World sect tried his best to calm himself down, but beads of sweat kept appearing on his forehead. As long as his opponent moved his right hand, he would immediately die. Godly Saber Sect, I've annihilated it, Fiery King said as he retracted the immortal extinguishing saber from the sect leader's neck. You annihilated the Godly Saber Sect? The sect leader of the Thousand World sect asked in disbelief. This old man on a goat actually annihilated the Godly Saber Sect? How was this possible? Chapter 4066. Before this, Gu Fei had said that he would concoct a divine pill for whoever could destroy the Godly Blade Sect. Divine pills were legendary items in the immortal martial realm. Even in ancient times, divine pill refiners who could concoct such pills were already extinct. In the current generation, even immortal pill refiners were rarely seen, let alone divine pill refiners. In the current generation, divine pills were already extinct. In fact, when Gu Fei said that nobody believed that he would be able to concoct a legendary divine pill, now that the Flame Monarch had acted and destroyed the Godly Blade sect, Gu Fei wanted to fulfill his promise and concoct a divine pill for the Flame Monarch. Many people were waiting to see Gu Fei make a fool out of himself. One must know that this was a divine pill, not an ordinary one. The Flame Monarch was heavily injured during the dark ages of ancient times. He needed a divine pill to prolong his life. If Gu Fei didn't fulfill his promise, the consequences would be extremely dire. Invite him over. Just when the Myriad World sect leader was at a loss as to what to do, Gu Fei's voice drifted over from the peak of a divine mountain. Everyone turned their gazes in the direction of the voice, only to see Gu Fei sitting cross-legged on a huge boulder at the peak of the mountain. He was clad in black, his long hair fluttering in the wind. Behind Gu Fei stood two young women. One was dressed in a robe as white as snow, like a peerless female immortal emperor. The other was dressed in black, and every part of her body exuded an irresistible temptation. It was as though one's soul would be sucked away by just a single glance from her. These were two women with completely different auras and personalities, and below the boulder, there was a middle-aged sword immortal with a sword strapped to his back. This sword immortal was none other than the Clear-Wind Sword Immortal. At this moment, the Myriad World sect leader brought the old goat with him as they arrived at the peak of the mountain. The Flame Monarch stopped in the air on his old goat. The Myriad World sect leader hurriedly rushed down from the sky, arriving in front of the boulder, and directly knelt before Gu Fei. "I pay my respects to Master." The Myriad World sect leader knelt on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. In front of Gu Fei, he was like an ant on the ground. If Gu Fei wanted to kill him, it would be much easier than stepping on an ant. "You're Gu Fei." In the sky, Yanjun, who was riding on an old goat, looked calmly at the youth in black on the mountain top below. This guy was too young. Could he really concoct the legendary elixir? At this moment, Fiery King was also very suspicious. After all, that was a divine pill, a legendary divine pill. How could it be so easy to refine? "I am Gu Fei." Gu Fei looked at the Fiery King in the sky indifferently. This guy was very strong. The old goat that this guy was riding on was also very strong. This surprised him. "Can you really make elixirs?" Fiery King looked down at Gu Fei and said calmly, "If you don't believe it, why did you destroy the Divine Knife Gate?" Gu Fei said indifferently, "Godly Knife Gate? I destroyed it with a flick of my finger. You should concoct the elixir for me, since I destroyed it." Fiery King calmly replied, "Destroying the Godly Knife Gate was extremely easy to him. Exchanging the Godly Knife Gate for a divine pill was too worth it." "Fine, tell me, what divine pill do you want?" Gu Fei asked. "Samsara." Fiery King only spoke 2 words. What? Those who heard these 2 words were all shocked to the extreme. Divine Samsara pill? This Fiery King actually wanted to concoct the divine Samsara pill? That was a legendary divine pill. The divine Samsara pill could allow the user to live a second life. It was a legendary divine pill in the immortal martial realm. Fiery King wanted to live a second life. Divine Samsara pill? Gu Fei was somewhat taken aback when he heard this. One must know that immortals had an infinite lifespan. Even if they could live a second life, there would still be times when immortals would be injured. The reincarnation pill could allow a fatally injured immortal spirit to experience a reincarnation cycle and live a second life. Why? Can't I concoct it? Fiery King furrowed his brows. He didn't have much time left. If he couldn't obtain the divine Samsara pill, he would really die. Fiery King didn't want to die. As you wish. Gu Fei directly stood up from the huge rock he was sitting on. After that, he stomped his right foot on the ground, causing the entire godly mountain to tremble violently. After that, the energy of heaven and earth from all directions frenziedly gathered towards the peak of the mountain. The illusory image of a gigantic cauldron appeared in the air. Fire, come! As the sound of Gu Fei's voice faded, a ball of divine fire appeared within the illusory image of the cauldron. A scorching heat wave gushed forth, causing the surrounding space to distort. Upon seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. The legendary pill formation technique? Fiery King, who was riding on the old goat, exclaimed in shock. This was a supreme alchemy technique in the legends. In the immortal martial realm, this technique had long been lost. Medicine, come! Gu Fei directly threw all the immortal herbs required to concoct the divine samsara pill into the gigantic cauldron. One by one, the immortal herbs melted into a ball of dazzling immortal light. In the next instant, all the impurities were purified. It was unknown how many times the immortal herbs in the cauldron spun before a medicinal fragrance drifted out. A 9-colored divine fire actually rushed out from the cauldron. Pill formation! Gu Fei roared in rage. After that, the entire sky changed color as the sun and moon lost their radiance. A mass of tribulation clouds enveloped the entire mountain peak. Pill tribulation. It's the legendary pill tribulation. Someone exclaimed in shock. Rumble! A blinding bolt of lightning descended from the skies, directly blasting the divine pill in the cauldron. This was simply like a living being undergoing a tribulation. This type of tribulation lightning was even more powerful than the heavenly tribulation of cultivators. Lightning flashed unceasingly as a total of 81 bolts of lightning rained down from the skies. A sparkling and translucent divine pill appeared in the air. The cauldron formed from the boundless spiritual chi of heaven and earth dissipated in the air. This is, high up in the skies, Fiery King, who was riding on the old goat, had a strange glow in his eyes. The process of Gu Fei's pill concoction was simply too shocking. This was simply a pill formation with a single word. From the ancient times until now, there had never been a single alchemist in the immortal martial realm who could achieve such a feat naturally. The pill concoction technique that Gu Fei had mastered wasn't something that could be produced in the immortal martial realm. This was the pill concoction technique of an even higher tier alchemist. Gu Fei extended his right hand, and the god-tier pill in the air immediately flew towards him. He grabbed it in his hand. Samsara pill, not bad. Gu Fei glanced at the pill in his hand as he nodded his head. Although he wasn't very satisfied, the quality of this pill was already not bad. This is the pill you wanted. Gu Fei directly threw the samsara pill in his hand to Fiery King. At this moment, Fiery King was incomparably agitated. This was a supreme divine pill that could allow him to live a second life. Fiery King was about to catch the pill that Gu Fei threw over. However, at this moment, a silhouette suddenly appeared without any warning and directly grabbed the pill in his hand. Roar! Seeing this scene, Fiery King almost went crazy. There was actually someone who dared to snatch his samsara pill. Wasn't this asking for his life? How preposterous! A heaven-shaking killing intent erupted as Fiery King directly attacked. 5 beams of light from his fingers were like 5 divine chains, entangling towards the mysterious silhouette. Old ghost, you are courting death. Fiery King attacked with all his might. The energy fluctuations from his hands shook the heavens and earth. The moment he attacked, the entire space was sealed. That mysterious silhouette exuded a dark aura, as though he was an evil ghost that crawled out from the depths of hell. Ha ha! That mysterious silhouette laughed loudly and directly vanished into thin air, vanishing without a trace. The 5 beams of light that shot out from Fiery King's hands didn't even touch the clothes of that mysterious silhouette. 9 nether evasion art. Fiery King was about to go crazy from anger. That samsara pill belonged to him. I will annihilate your netherworld race. Fiery King roared to the heavens. The old goat he was riding on was howling as well. In the immortal martial realm, among the peak powers in the central immortal realms, there was still the netherworld race. They were the demons. They were extremely powerful and could contend against the other peak powers. The person who snatched the samsara pill from Fiery King was none other than the old ancestor of the netherworld race, the netherworld old ancestor. There was no doubt that the netherworld old ancestor was powerful because he dared to snatch the samsara pill that Fiery King was using to prolong his life. Rumble! Fiery King directly broke through the void and killed his way to the ancestral grounds of the netherworld race, vowing to snatch the samsara pill back. There's going to be a good show to watch. Someone exclaimed in incomparable shock. There was no doubt that Fiery King was powerful. One must know that he was a powerful existence that annihilated the divine saber sect with a flick of his fingers. At this moment, what made countless people shocked was that Gu Fei was actually able to concoct a divine pill. He was actually a divine alchemist. How was this possible? However, Gu Fei actually concocted the samsara pill in front of everyone. Fiery King wouldn't team up with Gu Fei to put on a show. Gu Fei didn't act. He had already concocted the samsara pill for Fiery King. It wasn't his responsibility if the pill was snatched away. The news of Gu Fei being able to concoct a pill with a single word soon circulated around the entire central immortal realms. Countless cultivators were shocked to the extreme. Concocting a pill with a single word, such a method was simply unimaginable. Those heavenly sects and divine sects in the central immortal realms directly sent envoys to contact Gu Fei, wanting Gu Fei to concoct pills for them. Master, the people from the Long Clan are here. Do you want to meet them? No. Master, the people from the Xian clan are here. Do you want to meet them? No. Star Palace, Warlord Hall, and other top forces in the central immortal realms all sent their envoys. Even the forces that held grudges against Gu Fei sent their envoys. The divine pill was extremely precious. Star Palace, Warlord Hall, and other top forces were willing to bury the hatchet with Gu Fei for the divine pill. However, Gu Fei didn't want to meet anyone. Very quickly, countless experts appeared around the Wan World sect. The top 10 top forces had arrived at the same time. Suddenly, the entire area was extremely tense. Peerless figures continuously appeared near the Wan World sect. The people from the second-rate forces had all retreated. They couldn't interfere anymore. The game between the super forces could easily destroy the world. If they didn't retreat, they would be courting death if they stayed. What are they trying to do? In the ancestral ground of the Wan World sect, all the disciples of the Wan World sect were terrified. They want to use force. Chapter 4067. This time around, not only the Long Clan, Xian Clan, Star Palace, and the War God Hall, even the other 6 peak powers of the central immortal realms were here. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Gu Fei concocted the samsara divine pill for the Flame Lord. This pill could only be concocted by legendary divine pill refiners. Divine pill refiners, even in the immortal martial realm, they were already extinct. The 10 peak powers of the central immortal martial realm all appeared outside the ancestral grounds of the Myriad World sect. Their purpose was very clear. They wanted to force Gu Fei to lower his head. If they could control Gu Fei, they would be able to make Gu Fei concoct endless divine pills for them. However, the prerequisite was that they had to defeat Gu Fei first. If not, everything would be for naught. Among the 10 peak powers of the central immortal realms, the Long Clan wasn't the strongest. This was because they didn't have any golden immortals guarding them. They only had golden immortal Dao treasures, or even immortal Emperor Dao treasures. In the distant past, the Long family had produced an invincible Dragon Emperor. Although the Dragon Emperor had disappeared, he had left behind a dragon scale. That was the unique reverse scale on the Dragon Emperor's body. The reason why the Long clan was able to sit at the peak of the central immortal realms was because of the Dragon Emperor's supreme treasure. Naturally, among the 10 peak powers, there were only a few with golden immortals guarding them. As for those without golden immortals, they still had immortal Emperor Tao treasures. If there were no internal problems that shook the foundations of these forces, it would be impossible for these forces to be suppressed by other forces. The 10 peak powers controlled the central immortal realms, as well as the source energy of heaven and earth. One could say that the 10 peak powers controlled the fate of the entire immortal martial realm. They were the true rulers of the immortal martial realm. At this moment, in the ancestral grounds of the Myriad World sect, Mo-Sien, Zhou-Zairu and the rest could no longer sit still. One must know that this time around, the 10 peak powers of the central immortal realms had joined forces to attack. Such a force was sufficient to sweep through the entire immortal martial realm. In the face of such a powerful force, who could resist? The sect leader of the Myriad World sect was also stunned. He didn't expect that the 10 peak powers would join forces. The Myriad World sect was merely a second-rate power. Any one of them could easily annihilate it. Sect Master, what should we do? In a small valley within the Myriad World sect's ancestral grounds, the higher-ups of the Myriad World sect were all gathered here. At this time, everyone in the small valley was looking at the mystic transformation, heavenly immortal, waiting for his response. What else can we do? If Master loses, we'll be out of luck. If Master wins, we'll reach the heavens in a single step. The mystic transformation, heavenly immortal of the Myriad World sect, said helplessly. His body was sealed by Gu Fei, and his life was in the hands of Gu Fei. What else could he do? The 3 heavenly immortal elders didn't say anything. They had also been planted with restrictive spells by Gu Fei. Their lives were now completely under Gu Fei's control. Their lives no longer belonged to them. Gu Fei didn't plan a forbidden technique on the other members of the Myriad World sect, but no one dared to betray Gu Fei and the Myriad World sect. Master! Zhou-Zairu came to the mountain where Gu Fei was and bowed to Gu Fei. What's the matter? Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged on a huge rock, opened his eyes as he calmly spoke. Those people outside, Zhou-Zairu hesitated. They're just ants. There's no need to bother with them. Gu Fei closed his eyes as he spoke. Zhou-Zairu froze for a moment before she retreated. Those people are ants. Sword Immortal Clearwind, who was waiting at the side, was shocked to the extreme when he heard this. Those people outside represented the strongest powers in the immortal martial realm, yet they were nothing more than ants in front of his master? Sword Immortal Clearwind had no idea that his master had such an impressive background. In the eyes of his master, the immortal martial realm was merely a mid-tier world. Such mid-tier worlds were as common as the hairs on a cow in the myriad of worlds. To Gu Fei, the 10 strongest powers in the central immortal realms of the immortal martial realm were nothing more than ants. At this moment, his eternal true bone grew even stronger. His entire bone body exuded an aura of eternity. Although he was only at the human immortal realm, his physique was extremely strong. Heavenly immortals were nothing more than ants in front of Gu Fei. Golden immortals were nothing but ants. Even the legendary immortal emperor was nothing more than a joke in Gu Fei's eyes. Now, what he needed to do was to obtain the source energy of heaven and earth in the immortal martial realm, allowing his eternal true bone to grow stronger and stronger. Finally, he would be able to cultivate his eternal martial body and step onto the peak of the martial path. The 10 strongest powers are all here. Just nice. There's no need for me to look for them. Gu Fei mumbled to himself. The news of the 10 strongest powers joining hands to surround the ancestral grounds of the Myriad World sect spread out, shocking the entire world. The last time the 10 strongest powers of the central immortal realms joined hands was during the later stages of the primordial dark era. At that time, they joined hands to seal the source energy of heaven and earth in the central immortal realms. And this time around, the 10 strongest powers joined hands just to deal with a single person. After the 10 powers surrounded the ancestral grounds for 24 hours, an old man in white arrived at the entrance of the Myriad World sect. Lord Dragon, what a rare guest! The dark form Heavenly Immortal personally came out to welcome him. Old brother dark form, how have you been recently? The old man that the dark form Heavenly Immortal referred to as Lord Dragon smiled as he spoke. There was a layer of divine light between them. This layer of divine light was formed from the protective grand formation of the Myriad World sect. Heavenly Immortals had no way to break through it, and even Golden Immortals wouldn't be able to do so in a short period of time. Haha, I'm doing very well. What's the purpose of Lord Dragon's visit this time around? The dark form Heavenly Immortal laughed. You and I both know the reason. Why don't you open the grand formation and let me in? Master Long said with a smile, You wish to see my master. The dark form Heavenly Immortal's countenance drastically changed when he heard this. He was very clear of how powerful Gu Fei was. This Lord Dragon actually dared to come and see Gu Fei? Was he not afraid of death? Lord Dragon laughed, but didn't reply. That would depend on whether my master is willing to see you or not. The dark form Heavenly Immortal said indifferently, Feel free to pass on the message. Just say that I represent the 10 powers and wish to discuss something with him. Lord Dragon said unhurriedly. The dark form Heavenly Immortal looked deeply at Lord Dragon, then turned into a beam of divine light and soared into the sky, flying towards the mountain where Gu Fei was. Master! The dark form Heavenly Immortal came before the huge rock where Gu Fei was sitting and was about to speak. Let him in. Gu Fei suddenly opened his eyes and said, Yes. The dark form Heavenly Immortal immediately retreated. My master invites you in. The dark form Heavenly Immortal arrived at the entrance of the ancestral grounds and directly opened the grand formation. Chapter 4068. Chief Long was an old ancestor of the Long clan who had lived for countless years. He started his career much earlier than the sect master of the Myriad World sect. Even a mystic transformation, Heaven Immortal would have to address himself as a junior in front of Lord Dragon and would not dare to be arrogant. At this moment, Chief Long was representing the 10 major factions of the central immortal realm. No one knew what he was up to. The profound celestial immortal was very curious. The profound celestial immortal, personally, brought Chief Long to the mountain where Gu Fei was. Master, I have brought him here. The dark form Heaven Immortal knelt down respectfully towards Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged on the boulder. Chief Long, on the other hand, still had a smile on his face. He stood quietly to the side and did not kneel before Gu Fei. Rise. Gu Fei's gaze landed on Chief Long. You're Gu Fei? You can concoct divine pills? Chief Long smiled as he looked at Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged on the boulder. I'm the real deal. Gu Fei said, Haha, all right, then I'll get straight to the point. The 10 major clans and sects would like to invite you to be our worshipper and concoct pills for us. How about it? This, before Gu Fei could speak, the profound celestial immortal was already extremely shocked. Worshipper of the 10 clans. This was something that had never happened in the history of the central immortal realm. Not interested. Gu Fei said indifferently. What? The profound celestial immortal and Qingfeng sword immortal were both stunned. Their master was not interested in being the worshipper of the 10 clans. One should know that the position of worshipper of the 10 clans was definitely comparable to the sect master or clan master of any of the 10 clans. It was an extremely revered position. The smile on Chief Long's face froze for a moment, but he quickly recovered. Taoist Gu, Don't you want to think about it? Chief Long asked. Go back and tell those people that if they obediently give me the source energy of heaven and earth, I will spare their lives. Gu Fei's face was expressionless. This time, Chief Long was really frightened by Gu Fei's words. He couldn't help but be shocked and angry, and the smile on his face also seemed to stiffen. The mystic transformation, Celestial Immortal, and the clear wind, Sword Immortal, were extremely shocked. Their master actually wanted the 10 major powers to hand over the world's essence. How was this possible? The source energy of heaven and earth was the lifeblood of the 10 transcendent powers. It was the foundation that allowed them to continue ruling over the entire immortal martial realm. If they lost the source energy of heaven and earth, the 10 transcendent powers would definitely crumble apart. Fellow Taoist Gu, do you know the consequences of refusing? Chief Long smiled faintly and narrowed his eyes at Gu Fei. I don't know, and I don't want to know, but I know the consequences if you don't get lost. Gu Fei suddenly looked at Chief Long and grinned. Chief Long's heart trembled. He quickly bowed to Gu Fei and said, I will take my leave. After speaking, Chief Long fled the mountain as though his boat was on fire. He was no longer as calm and collected as he was when he first arrived. At this moment, in a valley 100 miles away from the myriad world sex ancestral grounds, there were jade pavilions everywhere. Auspicious qi lingered in the air, giving off a celestial vibe. In a pavilion in the middle of the valley, 10 peerless experts sat around a large table. I don't think that Gu Fei would dare to reject our offer. An old man in purple with a long beard stroked his beard. That's right. With the 10 of us joining forces, who in the entire immortal martial realm would be able to resist us? A middle-aged man in white smiled. That Gu Fei isn't an ordinary character. Someone said something like that. Humph, it's good that he agreed. If he didn't, there's no need for us to be polite. A hunchbacked old man coldly laughed. Humph, just a puny human immortal. We can just directly capture him. Isn't that as easy as flipping our palms? A silhouette shrouded in devilish qi spoke in disdain. The Netherworld Devil Lord, why don't you make a trip? Someone said disapprovingly. All right, don't regret it if that divine pill master Gu Fei falls into my hands. The Netherworld Devil Lord slammed the table and stood up abruptly. All right, what's with the noise? Chief Long should be back by now. A handsome young man with white hair and eyebrows suddenly spoke. As soon as he spoke, the others shut their mouths immediately. At this moment, an old man walked in from outside. Who else could it be other than Chief Long? Greetings, old ancestors. Chief Long actually became reserved when he arrived. That Gu Fei agreed, right? Someone asked. Everyone looked at Chief Long. No. Chief Long replied. What? Everyone present was inexplicably shocked. Gu Fei actually dared to reject them. Pass down my order. Prepare to attack. The young man with white hair and eyebrows roared. Yes. The others quickly rushed out. Very soon, quite a lot of activity came from all directions in the valley. It was the 10 great forces mobilizing their forces, and they were about to make a move. There was no doubt that the top 10 forces were powerful. Boom! All of a sudden, an extremely violent energy fluctuation burst out from a mountain 100 miles away from the myriad world sex ancestral ground. Kill! A furious roar shook the heavens and the earth. A shadow of a dragon rushed out from the mountains, pouncing towards the myriad world sex ancestral ground. That's the mad dragon, great sovereign! Someone exclaimed. It was the shadow of a black dragon. The dragon's shadow was incomparably clear, and every single scale could be seen. It was as if the real 9 heavens black dragon had appeared in the world, releasing one's yuan qi to take the form of a dragon. This was a mystique that only peak heavenly immortals could possess. In the next moment, the mystic transformation heavenly immortal also made his move. He dashed out, and the two figures collided with each other. A muffled explosion that sounded like thunder shook the void. The shadow of the dragon dissipated, and the two figures instantly separated, then quickly collided again. The muffled explosion resounded a total of 9 times, and the mystic transformation, heavenly immortal and mad dragon great sovereign, also collided 9 times. Each time, it was as if 2 huge mountains were colliding. Everyone's mind was shaken. This was the most direct and purest battle between martial physiques. The stronger one would win. Simple and direct. How is this possible? Mad Dragon Great Sovereign is a peak heavenly immortal body cultivator, and his black dragon body tempering art has already reached the point of perfection. How can this mystic transformation heavenly immortal fight evenly with him? Someone exclaimed in shock. Bam! Kacha! At this time, the mystic transformation heavenly immortal's fist landed heavily on Mad Dragon Great Sovereign's chest. The violent fist energy exploded tenfold, and a large hole appeared in Mad Dragon Great Sovereign's chest, nearly splitting him into 2. Seeing the scene, the entire place fell silent. No one dared to speak. Mad Dragon Great Sovereign lost. Everyone was in disbelief. One had to know that he was the strongest body cultivator in the Long clan. How is this possible? Chapter 4069. Mad Dragon Supreme Venerate was the strongest body cultivator in the Long family of the Central Immortal Domain. He was a peak heavenly immortal body cultivator, and his immortal body was as strong as a golden immortal's. Even the strongest heavenly immortal Tao treasure could only leave a mark on Mad Dragon Supreme Venerate's body. But now, a profound transformation heavenly immortal had punched through Mad Dragon Supreme Venerate's immortal body. The blood that splattered out and the bloody hole in his chest could not be faked. Mad Dragon Supreme Venerate lost? Everyone who witnessed this scene was stunned. The 10 major forces had just started fighting, and a profound transformation heavenly immortal had already dealt a blow? The people of the Long family seemed to be getting more and more useless. Atop a mountain, the dark hell demon lord, who was shrouded in demonic chi, sneered. What did you say? On another mountain, the dragon lord, who was wearing a golden battle suit and wielding a golden battle spear, looked at the dark hell demon lord. A powerful pressure erupted from his body, and the phantom of a golden battle dragon appeared indistinctly on his body. He was the only one on the entire mountain because he was simply too strong. Moreover, he was wearing the golden battle dragon armor, a golden immortal Tao treasure. This was a supreme treasure of the Long family. When the dragon lord wore the golden battle dragon armor, he could fight golden immortals. Even the golden immortals of the other forces were wary of him. Isn't that so? The dark hell demon lord said disdainfully. What, you want to fight? The dragon lord stared at the dark hell demon lord on the opposite mountain, and his eyes turned extremely sharp. If you want to fight, let's fight. Who's afraid of who? The dark hell demon lord looked at the dragon lord with a sinister smile. Although the two of them stood on different mountains and were separated by more than 10 miles, the space between them seemed to be frozen. A terrifying demonic shadow emerged from the dark hell demon lord's body. An entire world suddenly turned cold. The dark hell demon lord was the number 1 person of the dark hell tribe. Even the patriarch of the dark hell tribe was weaker than him. This dark hell demon lord was a golden immortal. Among the 10 major forces, the dark hell tribe was a powerful tribe with a golden immortal. All right, let's get rid of that Gufei first. High up in the sky, the white-haired, white-browed young man said impatiently. The netherworld demon lord glanced at the young man in the sky and said, This demon lord will give Dao friend Qin Yin some face today and won't argue with you. The dragon lord only sneered twice and did not say anything. Although the white-haired, white-browed young man looked young, he was actually a super antique. He was a peerless expert from the same generation as the Fiery King. Even Fiery King would be stunned when he saw him. Even in ancient times, Tao Master Qingyun was a peerless existence. The Qingyun Tao sect was the strongest sect in the central immortal realms of the immortal martial realm. It was a sect that had existed since ancient times, and its foundation was so deep that it was hard for others to imagine it. The Green Cloud Taoist was known as the #1 expert in the immortal martial realm. This was also the reason why even the Netherworld Devil Lord was so wary of him, because the Netherworld Devil Lord wasn't a match for the Green Cloud Taoist. Kill. At this moment, in the air above the Myriad World sect, the battle between the Mystic Transformation, Heavenly Immortal, and the Mad Dragon Supremacy had already reached its climax. The Mad Dragon Supremacy roared madly as the bloody hole in his chest rapidly healed. The flesh and bones of the Mad Dragon Supremacy trembled unceasingly, emitting the sound of metal rubbing against metal. New flesh and bones were rapidly regenerating. Mad Dragon Supremacy, surrender obediently, and I will spare your life. The Mystic Transformation, Heavenly Immortal, coldly stared at the Mad Dragon Supremacy as he coldly spoke. What? The Mad Dragon Supremacy was infuriated. This fellow actually dared to underestimate him? Little Mystic Transformation, when this daddy roamed the world unhindered, you were still playing with mud. You actually dare to be so arrogant in front of this daddy? The Mad Dragon Supremacy raged. Humph. Stop flaunting your seniority in front of this sect lord. Whoever's fist is harder will be the boss. The weak are prey to the strong. This is the truth. The Mystic Transformation, Heavenly Immortal said in disdain. Good, good, good. Ha! The Mad Dragon Supremacy was so angry that he started laughing. The blood around his wound seemed to be burning, as though he was bathing in divine flames. Long Family's great blood ignition art? The Mystic Transformation, Heavenly Immortal, couldn't help but be shocked. The energy fluctuations on the Mad Dragon Supremacy's body continued to rise, and an extremely domineering pressure spread in all directions. The entire heaven and earth shook. In just an instant, the injuries on the Mad Dragon Supremacy's body were completely healed. Master, this secret technique seems to be very powerful. Zhou Zairu said to Gu Fei on the peak of the mountain, where Gu Fei was in the Myriad World sect's ancestral land. It's just a bloodline ignition technique. Even if the Mad Dragon Supremacy defeats the profound transformation, Heavenly Immortal, he will still be half dead. Gu Fei said disapprovingly. He had mastered the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, but the secret art displayed by the Mad Dragon Supremacy was far inferior to the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the Heaven Ascension secret art. Gu Fei, you said that the profound transformation, Heavenly Immortal, will lose? Emo Xian, who was standing at the side, suddenly said, No, my undying God Pill can raise his battle prowess to the golden immortal realm and maintain it for half an hour. Gu Fei said indifferently, If the profound transformation, Heavenly Immortal, couldn't defeat the Mad Dragon Supremacy in half an hour, he could only say that he was an idiot. Sword Immortal Clearwind, who was standing at the side, couldn't help but click his tongue when he heard that. Master was really too powerful. A single God Pill could raise a profound transformation, Heavenly Immortal's battle prowess to the golden immortal realm, and maintain it for half an hour? To Sword Immortal Clearwind, this was absolutely unimaginable. Zhou, Zairu, and Emocian. I had been following Gu Fei for a long time, but they weren't too surprised because Gu Fei had already created many miracles. Kill. At this moment, high up in the sky, Mad Dragon Great, Sovereign roared in anger. His long hair fluttered wildly in the wind as he punched out with all his might towards the Mystic Transformation, Celestial Immortal. The instant his right hand struck out, the clothes on his upper body instantly exploded. The Mad Dragon Supremacy's punch was like the collapse of heaven and earth, the fall of the sun and moon. It was tyrannical to the extreme, and the vast and mighty fist energy directly caused the void to explode. "Come at me." The mystic transformation, heavenly immortal, let out a long roar and also threw out a punch. Compared to mad dragon great sovereign's punch, his punch seemed a little insignificant. Boom! The two fists collided in an instant. In the next moment, spatial ripples visible to the naked eye spread out in all directions with the two fists as the center. Wherever the ripples passed, countless cracks appeared in the void. Roar! Mad dragon shakes the 9 heavens. The mad dragon's supremacy fiercely exerted his strength. His fist actually increased by several times, and the explosive power directly shattered the cracked void of heaven and earth. The profound transformation, heavenly immortal, roared in anger, and was directly sent flying several dozen li away. His entire arm was shaken into a bloody mist. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. The profound transformation, heavenly immortal, had heavily injured the mad dragon supremacy with a single punch, but now the mad dragon supremacy had actually destroyed the profound transformation, heavenly immortal's entire right arm with a single punch. The Long Clan's great blood ignition art is indeed worthy of being one of the top techniques in the immortal martial realm. The profound transformation, heavenly immortal, smiled bitterly. This mad dragon supremacy was after all an expert of the older generation. His combat prowess and combat experience were truly not something ordinary people could compare to. In addition to the Long Clan's great blood ignition art, the mad dragon supremacy's combat prowess had already reached the golden immortal realm. In this case, it was unknown who would win and who would lose. Little profound transformation, heavenly immortal. You still dare to be arrogant in front of me? The mad dragon's supremacy spoke with incomparable arrogance. Hee, do you think you can defeat me with just this? The profound transformation, heavenly immortal, suddenly laughed. What? At this moment, the mad dragon supremacy was greatly shocked. The profound transformation, heavenly immortal's severed arm was actually rapidly recovering. In just a few breaths of time, his right arm had completely recovered, as though it had never been injured. How is this possible? Everyone who saw this scene was dumbfounded. The speed at which the profound transformation, heavenly immortal's arm recovered was actually faster than the mad dragon supremacy's recovery speed. Kill! The profound transformation, heavenly immortal once again charged at the mad dragon supremacy. The two experts were like two ancient gods in a great battle. Terrifying shockwaves spread out, causing the stars in the sky to tremble. Boom! Bam! A muffled sound of collision rang out. Two figures were instantly sent flying, and immortal blood sprinkled down from the sky. Mad dragon supremacy has met his match this time. On the mountain peak outside the myriad world sect's ancestral ground, Dragon Lord, who was clad in the golden battle dragon divine armor, stared at the two figures in the sky with a solemn expression. Long Tianqing was no match for the mad dragon supremacy. Mad dragon supremacy was one of the strongest existences in the Long Clan. This profound transformation, heavenly immortal, was merely the sect leader of a second-rate force, the myriad world sect. How could he be mad dragon supremacy's opponent? But why did this profound transformation, heavenly immortal's combat prowess, suddenly increase to such an extent? Could it be his doing? Dragon Lord couldn't help but look towards a mountain peak in the myriad world sect's ancestral ground. The 10 strongest forces of the central immortal domain had joined forces to surround the myriad world sect's ancestral ground. They initially thought that Gu Fei would agree to their conditions. But who would have thought that Gu Fei would directly reject them? In the eyes of the 10 strongest forces, Gu Fei wouldn't dare to go against them. But the result left them in disbelief. Gu Fei actually wanted to go against the 10 strongest forces single-handedly. Hey, Dragon Lord, if your people can't do it, then let my people do it. Don't waste everyone's time. Dark Hell Devil Lord said disdainfully. Shut your mouth. Dragon Lord was already in a bad mood. Now that dark hell devil lord was provoking him, he was naturally enraged. Boom! At this time, Mad Dragon Supremacy was directly stomped down from the sky by the profound transformation Heavenly Immortal. Two figures fell from the sky, directly crashing into the myriad world sex ancestral ground. Boom! A mountain peak was directly smashed apart, sending a cloud of dust high up into the sky. At this time, the myriad world sex ancestral ground's defensive grand formation had already stopped operating. Kill! 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 In the next moment, numerous powerful figures rushed out from the surroundings of the myriad world sex ancestral ground, directly attacking the myriad world sex ancestral ground. Chapter 4070. The grand defensive formation of the myriad world sex ancestral grounds had actually stopped operating, causing the 10 major powers to be both shocked and overjoyed. Kill! Without any hesitation, the experts of the 10 major powers charged out from the mountain ridges near the myriad world sex ancestral grounds. Boom! A gigantic heavenly cauldron appeared in the air above the myriad world sex ancestral grounds. As the cauldron turned upside down, boundless heavenly fire gushed out from it. The entire sky was instantly enveloped by the towering divine fire. Within the divine fire, there were 9 balls of divine light that emitted boundless fiery light, as though 9 divine suns had appeared in the sky at the same time. The temperature of the entire heavens and earth rose rapidly, and all the cultivators in the ancestral grounds felt as though they were placed in a furnace. In just an instant, their entire bodies were drenched in sweat. Everyone felt as though their blood and chi were about to be ignited. Their mouths were parched, and they felt extremely uncomfortable. This is on the mountain peak where Gu Fei was at. The clear-wind sword immortal, who was standing below a huge boulder, couldn't help but turn pale with fright when he saw this scene. It's the Xian clan's 9-yang heaven refining cauldron. Long Tianxing, who was standing under the boulder, exclaimed, 9-yang heaven refining cauldron? Gu Fei furrowed his brows. That immortal weapon in the sky was merely a golden immortal grade Dao weapon. How could it be able to refine the heavens? These fellows from the immortal martial realm were truly frogs at the bottom of a well. Of course. The might displayed by the 9-yang heaven refining cauldron was nothing in Gu Fei's eyes, as he could break it with a flick of his finger. But in the eyes of the cultivators from the immortal martial realm, it was akin to burning the heavens and boiling the seas, shocking them to the extreme. Xianju, go ahead. Gu Fei calmly commanded. Yes, master. An old man in black, standing below the boulder, hurriedly accepted the order and soared up into the air. A divine light akin to water appeared around his body as he directly rushed into the boundless divine fire descending from the sky. Xianju was one of the 5 heavenly immortals of the myriad world sect. One of them was unwilling to submit to Gu Fei and was killed by Gu Fei with a flick of his finger. Now, only 4 heavenly immortals remained. Xianju was one of the 4 heavenly immortals of the myriad world sect. Boom! The moment Xianju charged into the sea of fire, the entire sea of fire began to boil. An endless amount of black water appeared in the sea of fire wherever the black water passed. The divine flames that were powerful enough to burn the heavens and boil the seas were all extinguished. What? A silhouette sitting cross-legged on the 9-yang heavenly refining cauldron suddenly opened his eyes. He was the younger brother of the Xian family's patriarch, Xian Fifan. His cultivation base had already reached the half-step golden immortal realm. A half-step golden immortal with a golden immortal dermic artifact, like the 9-yang heaven refining cauldron, would definitely be able to fight against a golden immortal. Boom! The shadow of a black tortoise emerged from Xianju's body, and the divine fire was extinguished by the black water. Damn it! Xian Fifan was shocked and angered at the same time. Immortal energy surged from his body as he desperately poured it into the 9-yang heaven refining cauldron. In the next moment, the 9 suns heaven refining cauldron shook violently. 9 golden crows rushed out of the cauldron. The moment they appeared, the extinguished divine fire burned again. The 9 golden crows flapped their wings, and every golden crow burst out with endless divine fire. Heaven and earth were distorted by the heat. What a powerful divine fire! On the mountain where Gu Fei was, Zhou Zairu exclaimed, "Gu Fei, when are you going to give me another golden immortal Dao tool?" Mo Xian looked enviously at the black tortoise's shadow in the sky. It was a huge seal, an immortal tool that Gu Fei casually threw to Xianju. Although it was an immortal tool, it was still a golden immortal grade immortal tool. Moreover, it was a supreme grade golden immortal Dao tool that could unleash the power of a peak golden immortal. The seal that Gu Fei threw to Xianju was not the real black tortoise seal. It was just an immortal seal that was refined by an unknown person. However, it was still called the black tortoise seal. If it was the real black tortoise seal, it could destroy the entire central immortal domain. One should know that the black tortoise was the strongest divine beast in the myriad heavens. The black tortoise seal was also one of the most powerful Dao tools in the myriad heavens. What's the use of these immortal tools? You can treat them as treasures. Gu Fei said disapprovingly, "Useless? Then just give them all to me." Mo Xian laughed. Gu Fei glanced at Mo Xian. After that, his right hand drew a line in the air, directly tearing a hole in the void. In the next instant, rays of immortal light shone out from the tear in space. After that, the immortal light flickered as over 10 immortal treasures fell out from the tear. This, Mo Xian, and the others were completely dumbfounded. Even Long Tianxing, Fairy Nebula, and the others were dumbfounded. These immortal treasures floated in the air, and each of them emitted the powerful aura of a golden immortal. In other words, these were all golden immortal grade immortal treasures. These were over 10 golden immortal grade immortal treasures, and they were all intact. Even if all the golden immortal grade immortal treasures in the entire immortal martial realm were added together, there wouldn't be so many of them. Where did Gu Fei get his hands on so many golden immortal grade immortal treasures? To the experts of the immortal martial realm, this was simply unimaginable. But to Gu Fei, these immortal treasures were no different from trash. Only supreme Dao treasures, or even eternal Dao treasures, would be able to enter his eyes. In his inner world, there were many immortal treasures that were much better than golden immortal grade immortal treasures. But even if he gave them to Mo Xian, she wouldn't be able to use them. "These are all for me," Mo Xian exclaimed in shock. "If you like them, just take them all." Gu Fei casually waved his hands as he spoke. "Ha ha ha!" Mo Xian. It was an ecstasy as she hurriedly moved forward to collect the 10 golden immortal grade immortal treasures. One must know that these were golden immortal grade immortal treasures, the strongest immortal treasures in the immortal martial realm. If immortal emperor grade immortal treasures didn't appear, golden immortal grade immortal treasures would already be invincible. At this moment, in the air, the battle between Xianju and Xian Fifan had already reached the point where the victor would be determined. 2 golden immortal grade immortal treasures clashed unceasingly. Boom! Bang! Heavy sounds of collision shook the heavens and earth. Every time these 2 energies collided, the void would be shattered, leaving behind a black hole. Xuanwu versus Golden Crow. The Xuanwu imprint clashed against the 9-yang heaven refining cauldron. When the 2 supreme golden immortal grade energies erupted, all the cultivators of the myriad worlds sect were trembling in fear. Boom! A thunderous sound rang out as the 2 golden immortal grade immortal treasures clashed against each other again. This time around, the 9-yang heaven refining cauldron was actually flung away by the Xuanwu imprint. Upon seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. The nine-yang heaven refining cauldron of the Xian clan was a famous immortal treasure in the central immortal realms. It had once killed a golden immortal. Chapter 4071. Xian Fifan was the younger brother of the Xian family's patriarch. He was a half-step golden immortal and a genius of Xian family. However, this genius of Xian family was sent flying away along with the nine-yang heaven refining cauldron, coughing out blood. How is this possible? Xian Fifan couldn't accept this. He was sent flying away by a puny elder of the Myriad World sect. This shocked and angered him at the same time. Go to hell! Xian Ju activated the seal of the black tortoise. A violent power burst out from the seal of the black tortoise. The seal of the black tortoise flew out from his hand and turned into a black tortoise that was even bigger than a mountain. The mountain-like black tortoise shook the void of the heaven and earth. What? Xian Fifan was shocked. He hastily activated the nine-yang heaven refining cauldron. 9 golden crows emerged from the body of the cauldron. Boom! Before the golden crows could fly out from the cauldron, the huge black tortoise had already pounced on the cauldron. In the next moment, cracks appeared on the surface of the cauldron. Roar! Xian Fifan roared furiously. However, at this moment he was completely suppressed. He couldn't fight back even if he wanted to. Following a loud bang, the nine-yang heaven refining cauldron was sent flying away again. This time, numerous cracks appeared on the surface of the cauldron, as if it could break at any time. Xian Fifan, who was hiding in the cauldron, coughed out blood. He knew very well that if his opponent could break the nine-yang heaven refining cauldron, he would die along with the cauldron. Stop! Just when Xian Ju was about to attack again to kill Xian Fifan, a furious roar was heard nearby. Then a silhouette appeared in the sky. Kill! Xian Ju didn't pay any attention to the silhouette. He activated the black tortoise seal and charged towards Xian Fifan. A huge black tortoise shadow appeared once again. An extremely terrifying energy burst out from the black tortoise shadow, causing countless cracks to appear in the surrounding void. However, what happened next shocked Xian Ju. A large hand reached out from the side and grabbed the black tortoise's shadow. The black tortoise shadow dissipated and was caught by the huge hand. What? Xian Ju's shock was not to be underestimated. In the next moment, a powerful force came and sent him flying. Hand of heaven! On the mountain where Gu Fei was, Long Tianqing exclaimed when he saw this. It was a mystical ability of the Qingyun Dao sect. It seemed that the experts of the Qingyun Dao sect had attacked. I want this immortal artifact. A voice rang out. After that, the gigantic hand holding onto the black tortoise seal dissipated as a silhouette appeared in the sky. He held a celestial seal in his right hand and looked at Xian Ju arrogantly. It was a very young man with a jade-like face and sword-like eyebrows. He was looking at Xian Ju with disdain. Yi Tianlong? When Xian Ju saw him, he couldn't help but be shocked. He was the strongest existence in the Qingyun Dao sect apart from Dao, Lord Qingyun. Yi Tianlong had only cultivated for 10,000 years, but he was already a golden immortal. Even an experienced golden immortal, like the Nether Demon Lord, was wary of Yi Tianlong. If he went crazy, he would definitely be a complete lunatic. Thank you, fellow Taoist Yi. At this moment, Xian Fifan was still in a state of shock. If not for Yi Tianlong, he would have been killed by Xian Ju. Yi Tianlong ignored Xian Fifan. However, even though Xian Fifan was ignored, he didn't dare to show any displeasure. Do you think you can take away my things? At this moment, a lazy voice sounded. Master! Heaven Immortal Xian Ju hurriedly dashed in the direction of the voice. Humph! Yi Tianlong's expression turned cold. He didn't stop Heaven Immortal Xian Ju. Instead, he looked at a mountain in the ancestral land of the All-World sect, and his pupils constricted. There were many supreme immortal artifacts hovering above the mountain, and a woman in black was trying her best to collect them. courting death. Yi Tianlong stretched out his hand and used the hand of heaven again. Rumble! A gigantic palm appeared between heaven and earth once again, slamming down on the mountain that Gu Fei was on. The void that was enveloped by the gigantic palm shattered continuously. This was the might of a golden immortal, capable of shattering heaven and earth with a single strike. The gigantic palm descended from the sky with terrifying destructive power, scaring everyone on the mountain except for Gu Fei. Those with weaker cultivations were already lying on the ground. Gu Fei smiled and casually pointed out with his finger. In the next moment, a gigantic finger appeared between heaven and earth, piercing through the gigantic palm descending from the sky and pressing down on Yi Tianlong. Wherever the finger passed, the void was silently destroyed. What? Yi Tianlong, who was initially looking at Gu Fei with disdain, turned pale with fright. He didn't put Gu Fei and the others in his eyes at all, but now he realized that their cultivation and battle prowess were not to be underestimated. Bam! With a muffled sound, the genius of the Qingyan Dao sect, Yi Tianlong, was directly sent flying 50 kilometers away by Gu Fei's finger. His body was covered in cracks, and his immortal body was almost shattered. Seeing this scene, everyone was astonished, especially the people of the 10 major forces who were in disbelief. The scene was too unreal. Yi Tianlong of the Qingyan Dao sect was actually sent flying by Gu Fei's finger? Even the Nether Demon Lord, Dao Venerate Qingyan, and the others couldn't help but be moved when they saw this. The 10 major forces had joined forces to besiege the All-World sect. It seemed that they had the upper hand and the All-World sect could be destroyed easily, but now it seemed that everything was still unknown. Damn it! Yi Tianlong glared at Gu Fei, who was on the top of the mountain 50 kilometers away, and clenched the black tortoise seal in his hand. His eyes had already turned bloodshot as if he was possessed. Yi Tianlong's body also emitted an extremely violent wave of power. The cracks on his body were disappearing rapidly, and an extremely tyrannical wave of power erupted from his body. His aura was rising continuously. Rumble! The void around Yi Tianlong was constantly vibrating, and soon his aura rose to the peak. Gu Fei, I want you dead! Yi Tianlong roared maniacally and attacked Gu Fei. Is that so? The corners of Gu Fei's lips curled up into a faint smile. He then stretched out his right hand and snapped his fingers. Next, the black tortoise seal in Yi Tianlong's hand, which had just rushed to the top of the mountain, suddenly exploded with a loud boom, and the violent power of a golden immortal erupted. A huge black hole suddenly appeared above the top of the mountain. It was a spatial black hole formed by the explosion of the void. The miserable Yi Tianlong was directly blown to pieces by the black tortoise seal, and his flesh, tendons, and bones were swept into the spatial black hole. He died immediately. This, Chapter 4072. Yi Tianlong of the Qingyan Dao sect was a golden immortal, yet he was killed by Gu Fei with a flick of his finger. That shocked everyone to the extreme. How is this possible? Even the big shots of the 10 major forces couldn't help but change their expressions. Golden immortals were nothing in front of the 10 major forces, but no one could kill a golden immortal with a flick of their fingers. Even Dao, Lord Qingyan of the Qingyan Dao sect, couldn't kill Yi Tianlong with a single move. The combat power that Gu Fei displayed was too strong, and it felt extremely surreal. At this moment, Xian Fifan, who had already retreated far into the sky, was so scared that he wet his pants. The black hole above the ancestral land of the Myriad Worlds sect was rapidly recovering and shrinking. Soon it disappeared, and the shattered void was completely restored. The destructive power produced by the self-destruction of the black tortoise seal might not have been enough to kill Yi Tianlong, but Yi Tianlong was devoured by the black hole. Hence he was unlucky. At this moment, even Zhou, Zairu, and Mo Xian, and the others were in disbelief. The guy that Gu Fei killed was a golden immortal. Gu Fei's move had indeed stunned many forces. However, in the next moment, several figures appeared outside the ancestral land of the Myriad World sect. 10. Zhou Zairu counted, and her expression immediately became extremely solemn. The 10 powerhouses jumped out at the same time. Are they going to gang up on me? On the mountain where Gu Fei was, everyone except Gu Fei had a change of expression, especially the heaven immortal Xianhua of the Myriad World sect and the others. Their legs even turned to jelly. Are the sect masters and clan masters of the 10 major forces here at the same time? Heaven immortal Xuanjue, the elder of the Myriad World sect, said with a trembling voice. The power that the 10 powerhouses exuded made him tremble in fear. Among the 10 powerhouses, any one of them could easily kill him. Gu Fei, surrender obediently and we can spare your life. A middle-aged man in fluttering white clothes stepped forward and shouted at Gu Fei. That's right, young man. Don't make a mistake. A purple-robed elder with a long beard nodded and said, You talk too much nonsense. Can't you just capture this little guy? In another direction, a hunchbacked old man said disapprovingly, All talk and no action, you hypocrites. The lord of the dark hell demon lord was shrouded in a pitch-black, demonic aura. As he spoke, he directly attacked Gu Fei, who was on the mountaintop. A pitch-black, demonic hand descended from the sky and enveloped the entire mountaintop. A terrifying demonic aura spread in all directions. When the other giants saw this, they couldn't help being startled. The Netherworld Devil Lord was extremely domineering, and he would attack at the slightest disagreement. Reckless fool! Gu Fei pointed out with his finger once more. Instantly, a gigantic finger appeared between the heaven and earth, shattering the void and dispersing the demonic hand that was descending from the heavens. When the other giants saw this, their faces turned even uglier. One must know that the Dark Hell Demon Lord was a veteran golden immortal. Even Yi Tianlong was no match for him. However, even when Gu Fei was up against the Nether Demon Lord, he still displayed his undefeatable strength. Kill! The Dark Hell Demon Lord roared furiously. A golden immortal grade netherworld energy erupted from his body. The entire heaven and earth seemed to be frozen. However, Gu Fei's energy also erupted. The gigantic finger was like the hand of God, directly shattering the Dark Hell Demon Lord's netherworld energy and sending him flying. Seeing the insufferably arrogant Dark Hell Demon Lord being sent flying by Gu Fei, the other giants were gloating. This guy deserved to be taught a lesson. You bastards! Why are you still not attacking? Do you want this guy to defeat us one by one? The Dark Hell Demon Lord roared at the other giants. Gu Fei's strength had far exceeded his expectations. Boom! In the next moment, 5 supreme energy waves erupted from the 5 giants. The 5 giants attacked at the same time, while the other 4 giants were still watching. Wong! A heavenly saber rushed out from one of the giants' hands and slashed at Gu Fei. The extremely sharp and overbearing saber energy cut through the void of heaven and earth and instantly landed on the top of the mountain. The other giant wielded a peerless spear and directly rushed to Gu Fei's front. He directly thrust his spear at Gu Fei's glabella. His movement was extremely fast. The other 3 giants also used their killer moves. One of the giants smashed the void with his fists and smashed at Gu Fei. Another used a great mystic art and created a black hole, wanting to devour Gu Fei. The last giant spat out sword light and arrived in front of Gu Fei. The 5 giants attacked at the same time. It was earth-shattering. The mountain that Gu Fei was on shook violently. Everyone on the mountain, except for Gu Fei, was terrified. Scram! Gu Fei sat cross-legged on a boulder and waved his sleeve. The attacks of the 5 giants were immediately disintegrated. The 5 giants were sent flying and vomited blood. Everyone was dumbfounded and couldn't believe their eyes. Those were 5 of the 10 overlords of the central celestial realm. How could they be defeated by Gu Fei with a single move? No one could believe what they saw with their own eyes. The celestial immortals who had been subdued by Gu Fei and had their bodies implanted with restrictive spells turned pale when they saw this. Their master was so powerful, they would probably be his slaves for the rest of their lives. Hand over the world's essence, and I will spare your lives. Gu Fei's voice wasn't loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone. Preposterous! The giants were shocked and angry when they heard this. It was absolutely impossible for them to hand over the world's essence. After all, the world's essence was their root. If the root was dug out, even the biggest tree would die. Come at me together. Gu Fei was still sitting cross-legged on the boulder with a carefree look on his face. At this time, the figures of the 10 giants became even more blurry. However, the entire void seemed to be on the verge of exploding. Violent energy waves shook heaven and earth. The 10 giants attacked at the same time. A huge black hole appeared above the mountain where Gu Fei was, and it was expanding rapidly. At this time, Gu Fei raised his right hand and blocked the boundless energy. He had single-handedly blocked the combined attack of the 10 giants. Everyone who saw this scene found it hard to describe how shocked they were. Curse of life and death! Gu Fei shouted. 10 rays of divine light immediately rushed out of his body and entered the bodies of the 10 powerhouses in an instant. What? The 10 giants of the central immortal realm were scared out of their wits. What is that? The 10 giants panicked. The divine light that entered their bodies was definitely not something good. The leaders of the Yu clan and the Foam clan retreated at the same time. The leader of the Blackwater clan, on the other hand, attacked Gu Fei without hesitation. The leader of the Blackwater clan waved a huge flag in his hand. An entire space rippled like waves in the ocean. An extremely terrifying aura spread out in all directions. The flag in the leader's hand was the greatest treasure of the Blackwater clan, the holy water flag. Die! The corner of Gu Fei's lips curled up, revealing a cold smile. He snapped his fingers. Bam! The leader of the Blackwater clan exploded. His primordial spirit shot up into the sky, trying to escape. Humph! You think you can escape? Gu Fei smiled disdainfully. With another snap of his fingers, the patriarch of the Blackwater clan was annihilated in both body and soul. The rest of the 9 magnates shuddered in fear when they saw this. Live or die. Choose for yourself. Gu Fei's voice rang out from the mountain peak once more. At this moment, the entire space was so silent that even the sound of a needle dropping on the ground could be heard. Nobody wanted to die. The 9 of them directly lowered their heads to Gu Fei. This was especially so for the Netherworld Devil Lord. He rushed to Gu Fei and knelt before Gu Fei. The arrogant and unexcelled Netherworld Devil Lord seemed to have changed into a different person. Nobody would have thought that this battle would end like this. 9 out of the 10 giants surrendered. As for the one who didn't surrender, he was directly killed by Gu Fei. Gu Fei killing the leader of the Blackwater clan was a warning to the others. The Immortal Martial Realm. The 10 strongest powers of the Central Immortal Realms were all subdued by Gu Fei. When this news circulated out, the entire world shook. Nobody would have thought that Gu Fei would be so powerful to this extent. After being struck by Gu Fei's life and death curse, the lives of the 9 giants were no longer in their control. The Xianhua Heavenly Immortal and the others were completely dumbfounded. The 9 giants had all become slaves of their master. Their master was simply too powerful. Even the clan leader of the Long clan had no choice but to lower his head. The people of the Blackwater clan were terrified to the extreme. They were afraid that Gu Fei would take revenge on them and annihilate their entire clan. However, Gu Fei didn't make a move. The Blackwater clan was a peak existence in the immortal martial realm. But in the eyes of Gu Fei, they were nothing more than ants. He could destroy them with a flick of his finger. Gu Fei! At this moment, a white-haired, white-browed young man suddenly appeared in the void opposite of Gu Fei. The expressions of the 9 giants instantly changed when they saw this person. Tao Lord Qingyan. The netherworld devil Lord spoke with great difficulty. The Tao Lord of the Qingyan Tao sect had arrived. The Tao Lord of the Qingyan Tao sect was extremely powerful, but those who had seen him in action before were few in number. He was a super antique who had lived since ancient times. The Tao Lord of the Qingyan Tao sect was definitely a saint-level existence in the past, but now his cultivation base had fallen by a lot. Do you dare to fight against me? The Tao Lord of the Qingyan Tao sect stared at Gu Fei as he spoke in a low voice. This time they had lost, and they had lost in an inexplicable manner. The Tao Lord of the Qingyan Tao sect challenged Gu Fei, wanting to decide the outcome with a single battle. Although the Tao Lord of the Qingyan Tao sect was also one of the major powers of the central immortal realms, the sect leader of the Qingyan Tao sect wasn't him, but a junior of his. He didn't cast the life and death curse on Gu Fei. Why not? Chapter 4073. The Azure Cloud Taoist was a supreme antique who had survived the dark ages of the immortal martial realm. He himself was a legend, even stronger than the Flame Monarch. Although the Flame Monarch had also experienced the dark ages, regardless of his cultivation base or fame, he was far inferior to the Azure Cloud Taoist. The Azure Cloud Taoist was one of the few core characters of the immortal martial realm during the Dark Ages. He was a supreme existence who had the qualifications to participate in the chess game of heaven and earth. The Azure Cloud Taoist was the one who set up the chess game, while the Flame Monarch was merely a chess piece. And now, the Azure Cloud Taoist directly challenged Gu Fei. One must know that if he didn't step out now, Gu Fei would have already unified the immortal martial realm. If Gu Fei unified the immortal martial realm, no one would be able to stop him from obtaining the origin energy of heaven and earth. The origin energy of the immortal martial realm, to the entire immortal martial realm, was directly related to whether or not the immortal martial realm existed. The Azure Cloud Taoist naturally didn't wish to see the immortal martial realm destroyed, causing millions of lives to be lost. Hence, he couldn't allow Gu Fei to obtain the origin energy of heaven and earth. I can fight you, but you'll have to get through them first. Gu Fei waved his hands as the 9 hegemons instantly stepped out, blocking the Azure Cloud Taoist. Although they were unwilling, they had no other choice. The Blackwater clan lord could be killed by Gu Fei with the flick of a finger. The curse Gu Fei placed on them was simply too powerful. Taoist, we have no choice but to do this. The Dragon King helplessly spoke to the Azure Cloud Taoist. Ancestor, why don't we just surrender? The Azure Cloud sect leader also persuaded. The Azure Cloud Taoist was his ancestor. His seniority was the highest in the Azure Cloud Tao sect. Even the sect leader had to listen to him obediently. But now, in order to preserve his life, the Azure Cloud sect leader had no choice but to brace himself and fight against his ancestor. Humph. Tao Master Blue Cloud didn't even look at Blue Cloud sect master. The next moment, everyone only felt as if there was a flash of light in front of them. Then, Blue Cloud sect master's entire body suddenly split in half without warning. The pitiful Azure Cloud sect leader didn't even have the chance to scream before he died. When the other giants saw this, they were extremely shocked. Tao Master, you! Dark Hell Devil Master stared at Tao Master Qingyan nervously. I'm just cleaning the house. Tao Master Qingyan said indifferently. The 4 heads of the 8 giants were sweating. They didn't even see how Tao Master Qingyan attacked. Tao Master Qingyan's attack was too fast. Interesting. Gu Fei, who was sitting on the rock, took out a chair. He was lying on the chair and eating the immortal fruits that Amo, Xian brought over. Only he could see through Tao Lord Qingyan. Tao Lord Qingyan actually ignored the distance of space and mastered the power of space-time. This Tao Master Qingyan seems to be very strong. Can your new subordinates do? Mo Xian, or glanced at Tao, Lord Qingyun, and said, "Won't we know once we fight?" Gu Fei said disapprovingly, "Tao Lord, please don't make things difficult for us." The master of the Xian family stared at Tao Master Qingyun and said in a deep voice, "All of you come at me together." Tao Master Qingyun stood with his hands behind his back. The wind blew his white hair. "Kill!" Dragon Master was the first to attack. He roared angrily, and the golden dragon energy around his body surged. A huge dragon shadow appeared in the sky. The battle spear in his hand turned into a golden dragon and pounced at Tao Master Qingyun. The wind and clouds became chaotic. The moment Dragon Master attacked, the entire sky became extremely unstable, as if it could collapse at any time. Roar! The Nether Demon Lord attacked as well. Endless nether demonic energy erupted from his body. A terrifying demonic figure appeared in the sky and slapped towards Tao Master Qingyun. The master of the Xian family, the master of the Nebula Palace, the master of the War God Temple, the master of the Feather Clan, the master of the Wind Clan, and the master of the Shadow Clan also attacked at the same time. The master of the Nebula Palace took out the Decimo Star Map and attacked Tao Master Qingyun. The Decimo Star Map activated the power of the stars in the sky. The power of the stars shook the sky and the earth. It was as if a star region appeared in the sky. It was extremely shocking. The phantom divine blade of the Shadow Clan appeared and disappeared mysteriously. The 6 giants all used their strongest battle strength. It should be known that Tao Master Qingyun was a peerless existence. It was best to kill him in one strike, but this was definitely not an easy task. The 8 giants attacked with all their strength. The sky was directly shattered, and even the chaotic energy was hit out. However, the 8 giants were inexplicably shocked because they found that their attacks were completely ineffective, as if they were hitting the air. The 8 giants were so depressed that they almost vomited blood. Today, I will show you what an invincible sword principle is. Tao Master Qingyun's voice came down from the sky. The next moment, buzz! A ray of sword light rushed out of his body and instantly turned into countless sword shadows that slashed down towards the 8 magnates below in an overwhelming manner. The 8 giants quickly activated their fairy weapons to protect themselves. Roar! A ferocious giant dragon rushed out from the golden dragon armor on Dragon Lord's body. The giant dragon soared into the sky and directly charged into the rain of swords. However, the moment the giant golden dragon came into contact with the rain of swords, it let out a mournful cry and was directly slashed by the rain of swords. Countless golden immortal patterns dissipated in the void. The rain of swords directly slashed Dragon Lord down from the sky. The sword shadows slashed at his body, producing a series of clanging sounds. The Netherworld Demon Lord took out a demonic flag and waved it with all his might. Violent demonic energy gushed out, and on top of the demonic flag, a demonic shadow seemed to have come to life, directly rushing out from the demonic flag. Boom! The moment the demonic shadow appeared, the entire sky exploded. Countless swords that fell from the sky shattered. Tao Master Qingyun was shocked. The demonic shadow roared at the sky. The terrifying demonic sound directly shattered the void, its ferocious might shocking the heavens. Countless experts outside the ancestral ground of the Thousand Worlds sect were shocked to the extreme. No one thought that the Nether Demon Lord would have such a move. The other hegemons immediately retreated far away when they saw that the situation was far from good. The demonic shadow that rushed out from the demonic flag directly soared up into the sky and lunged towards Tao Master Qingyun. This demonic shadow had a pair of horns on its head, and its entire body was covered in black scales. It was incomparably malevolent. A pair of devil claws directly slashed towards Tao Master Qingyun. Humph! Merely a remnant soul. Yet you still dare to be so impudent in front of this lord? Courting death. Tao Master Qing Yun coldly laughed. He opened his mouth, and a beam of sword light instantly flew out, directly cleaving the great demonic shadow into two. Green Cloud, immortal slaying sword. The Nether Demon Lord was greatly shocked when he saw this. Tao Master Qingyun was a supreme sword immortal. In the distant past, he relied on a single sword and was unrivaled in the entire immortal martial realm. He even fought against the other masterminds. After being slashed by Tao Master Qingyun's Green Cloud immortal slaying sword, the demonic shadow directly dissipated in the air. A gash appeared on the devil flag in the Nether Demon Lord's hand, as though it was slashed by a divine weapon. The devil flag was instantly half destroyed. The Nether Demon Lord was taken aback. In the next instant, he directly kept the flag in his hand and transformed into a beam of demonic light as he fled. However, Tao Master Qingyun already had his eyes on the Nether Demon Lord. The Green Cloud immortal slaying sword directly slashed towards the Nether Demon Lord with extreme speed. The Nether Demon Lord wanted to dodge, but in the next instant he only felt the space around him suddenly solidifying. Just as the Nether Demon Lord was about to be slashed by Tao Master Qingyun's sword, the clan leader of the Shadow Clan rushed over. A shadow flashed by. Clang! A beam of violet light ruthlessly slashed onto the Green Cloud immortal slaying sword. A shadow-like figure was slashed out from the void. It was none other than the mysterious clan leader of the Shadow Clan, who was cloaked in a black cloak. In the hands of the clan leader, there was a divine saber shrouded in violet chi. That divine saber seemed to have no physical body. It was faint and illusory. This was the supreme treasure of the Shadow Clan, the divine virtual saber. The divine virtual saber emitted fluctuations of spatial power. This divine saber was once a divine weapon refined by the ancestor of the Shadow Clan and had been passed down to the present. At this moment, traces of blood seeped out of the hand of the clan leader that was holding the saber. The blood flowed down the blade and then dripped onto the ground from the tip of the saber. Good saber, Tao Master Qingyun exclaimed. The divine saber in the opponent's hand was actually not damaged after clashing head-on with his Green Cloud immortal slaying sword. It must be known that the Green Cloud immortal slaying sword was Tao Master Qingyun's natal sword. It had been refined for countless years and possessed great power. An ordinary golden immortal weapon could be destroyed with one slash. Die! The clan leader of the Shadow Clan directly roared and charged towards Tao Master Qingyun. His figure left a shadow in the void that had yet to dissipate. The moment he charged in front of Tao Master Qingyun, he suddenly disappeared. Secret space technique? The corners of Tao Master Qingyun's mouth rose and he sneered. Then he punched the void on the right. Rumble! An incomparably shocking sound rang out as Tao Master Qingyun punched out. The world shook and an illusory figure was directly punched out. Swoosh! There was a flash of violet light. The divine virtual saber had already broken through the void and instantly arrived above Tao Master Qingyun's head. However, Tao Master Qingyun stretched out his right hand and grabbed the divine virtual saber that was slashing at him. He took the divine virtual saber away. What? When everyone saw this scene, they were all stunned. In particular, the clan leader of the Shadow Clan was extremely shocked. The divine virtual saber was the supreme treasure of the Shadow Clan. No one had ever been able to take it away from him. The warm-up is over. Let me send you on your way. Chapter 4074. Tao Lord Qingyun was like a supreme sword ancestor descending into the world. His entire being seemed to have transformed into a heavenly sword. From top to bottom, every single pore on his body emitted extremely sharp sword light. Every single sword light was like a supreme heavenly sword. It was hard to imagine what would happen if the sword energy in Tao Lord Qingyun's body erupted. Everything within a radius of 10,000 miles would be annihilated. The ancestral ground of the Myriad World sect would naturally cease to exist in an instant. Even the 8 hegemons and the countless experts they brought would die. Only Gu Fei and those under his protection would be able to survive. Damn it! The faces of the 8 hegemons all changed. Dao, Lord Qingyun's strength, had exceeded everyone's expectations. This fellow was actually stronger than a golden immortal. He was an immortal emperor. The might of an immortal emperor gushed forth in all directions. The sky above the ancestral ground of the myriad world sect changed color as the sun and moon lost their radiance. Boundless spiritual energy of heaven and earth frenziedly gathered towards him. Even the starry sky shone with boundless astral light. Even the astral energy in the starry sky was guided over by Tao, Lord Qingyun. You are actually an immortal emperor. The netherworld devil lord had a bitter smile on his face. No wonder the Tao sect could survive for so many years. Not only that, their position as number 1 in the immortal martial realm had never been shaken before. Immortal emperors were definitely the strongest existences in the entire immortal martial realm. Golden immortals were nothing in front of immortal emperors. They could be killed with a single palm. Immortal emperor. To think that there would still be emperors of the immortal Tao in the immortal martial realm. The dragon lord's countenance was incomparably heavy. The golden battle dragon armor on his body was completely activated as a towering immortal might erupted from him. In the void, a golden dragon was faintly discernible, emitting a peerlessly powerful energy wave. However, compared to Tao Lord Qingyun, even if the dragon lord fully activated his divine armor, it still wouldn't be enough. Because the golden battle dragon armor was only a golden immortal grade immortal weapon. However, a golden dragon scale gradually appeared on the center of the dragon lord's brows. The reverse scale of the dragon emperor, Tao Lord Qingyun's countenance, finally changed. This reverse scale of the dragon emperor was extremely powerful. The reason why the dragon clan could survive until now was because of this supreme treasure. None of the 10 hegemonic powers in the central immortal realms of the mortal martial realm were easy to antagonize. All of them had their own trump cards and methods. At this time, the dark hell demon lord's body also emitted a powerful emperor-level aura. It was a black bone. Although it was only as long as a finger, the demonic aura emitted from it made everyone's heart palpitate. Demon Emperor's true bone. Tao Master Qingyun's face became a little serious. The Demon Emperor's true bone was left behind after the Demon Emperor's death. The Demon Emperor's true bone had condensed all of the Demon Emperor's essence chi. It was similar to the Buddhist Sarira. Good heavens! Standing below the boulder where Gu Fei was, the myriad world sect leader, arcane transformation celestial immortal, and the others were all dumbfounded. So, all these big shots of the central immortal domain had their own trump cards. Golden immortals were a joke in front of these powerhouses. The powerhouses of the Xian family, War God Temple, Nebula Palace, the Winged Race, the Wind Race, and the Shadow Race had no choice but to use their trump cards. These superforces all possessed emperor-grade treasures that could stabilize their destinies. A star map hovered above the Nebula Palace Lord's head. It was the 10 Directions star map, an emperor-grade treasure left behind by the 10 Directions immortal emperor. Boundless power of stars surged out from the 10 Directions star map, pressuring the void to the point of collapse. An ancient divine drum floated in front of the War God Temple's sect leader. When Tao Master Qingyun saw the divine drum, he was a little surprised. Is this the legendary sky-shaking war drum? The arcane transformation, celestial immortals, voice trembled. The sky-shaking war drum was an immortal emperor-grade treasure that the founder of War God Temple, the sky-shaking immortal emperor, had refined for countless years. Even an immortal emperor would have to retreat when the drum sounded. No one could withstand 9 beats of the drum, not even an immortal emperor. The Winged Race's vermilion bird plume, the Wind Race's sky-flipping fan, the Shadow Race's godly void saber, and the Blackwater Race's 9 heavens ruinous water were all emperor-grade treasures. In fact, The 10 powerhouses had lost to Gu Fei unjustly before they could even use their trump cards. Gu Fei had planted a life and death curse on them. The life and death curse was one of the 9 secrets of immortal Tao that Gu Fei had derived from the godly seizing secret art. However, Gu Fei had upgraded it into a secret art that could control the life and death of others. At this time, the remaining 8 powerhouses had no choice but to use their true trump cards in order to survive. "Ha, Tao Master Qingyan laughed. Good, very good. Let's fight to our heart's content." Tao Master Qingyun's heroic spirit soared to the sky. He clenched his right hand in the void, and a divine sword immediately appeared in his hand. This was his natal weapon, the Qingyun immortal slaying sword. "Let's fight," the dragon lord roared. The spear in his hand immediately turned into a sharp beam of divine light that pierced towards Tao Master Qingyun. Wherever it passed, the void cracked and a pitch-black hole appeared. The Dragon Emperor reverse scale on the Dragon Lord's forehead emitted a supreme imperial power that enveloped him. At this moment, the Dragon Lord was like the reincarnation of the Dragon Emperor, his battle strength raised to the limit. Buzz! Tao Master Qingyun shook the immortal slaying sword in his hand. Clang! The immortal slaying sword in Tao Master Qingyun's hand directly chopped the divine light that pierced through the void. In the next moment, the divine light was cut in half and directly shattered in the void. A fairy weapon of the golden immortal level could not withstand a blow from the immortal slaying sword. However, a golden fist fiercely hit the immortal slaying sword. The 2 figures separated in an instant, and violent sword chi erupted in all directions. Countless pitch-black spatial cracks appeared in the void. One sword severing the universe. Tao Master Qingyun roared, and the Qingyun immortal slaying sword in his hand emitted an unprecedented wave of sword chi. The divine sword turned into an immortal sword light and directly flew towards Master Dragon and the other leaders. One move to kill the 8 powerhouses. This move could swallow mountains and rivers. This move could cut through the universe. Without any suspense, the 8 powerhouses were instantly blasted away. Boom! The Dragon Lord directly smashed into the mountain where Gu Fei was. The entire mountain cracked and was about to collapse in the void. Gu Fei stepped with his right foot and directly stabilized the entire mountain. Can't withstand a single blow. Tao Master Qingyun was insufferably arrogant. He was an immortal emperor, an invincible immortal emperor. How could these guys fight against him with an immortal emperor Tao weapon? Preposterous! The Dragon Lord rushed out of the mountain. He was shocked and angry. He looked down and saw that the golden battle dragon divine sword on his body was covered with cracks and almost shattered. If it was not for the protection of the Dragon Emperor reverse scale, he would have been killed by Tao Master Qingyun. Interesting. Don't destroy this place. You guys should fight in the starry sky. Gu Fei said indifferently. All right. After saying that, Tao Master Green Cloud turned into a sword light and rushed into the starry sky. Chapter 4075. Tao Master Qingyun didn't want to return to the ancestral land of the Myriad World Sect. There were countless cultivators of the human clan in the ancestral land of the Myriad World Sect. If the ancestral land of the Myriad World Sect was destroyed, many would die. Swoosh! Tao Master Qingyun's mythical sword light soared into the sky and rushed into the starry sky. Where do you think you're going? Lord Dragon roared and turned into a golden dragon. He soared into the sky from the mountain peak and rushed into the starry sky. The scene was extremely shocking. Humph! The dark hell demon Lord sneered and took a step forward, directly entering the starry sky. His speed was much faster than the Dragon Lord's heavenly dragon escape. The 8 magnates rushed into the starry sky. Kill! The clan lord of the Foam clan swung his fan at Tao Master Qingyun with all his might. In the next moment, all the stars in front of him exploded. The entire starry sky trembled, and the void was silently annihilated. The power of the sky-flipping fan was too powerful. If an ordinary person was hit by the sky-flipping fan, his body and soul would be completely destroyed. However, Tao Master Qingyun stood in the void with his hands clasped behind his back. The power of the Feng clan lord's fan only caused his clothes to flutter a few times. What? The clan lord of the Feng clan was shocked. This was the extreme emperor immortal weapon, the sky-flipping fan. Even an ordinary immortal emperor wouldn't dare to face it head-on. However, Tao Master Qingyun had casually received the fan. Dong! Just at this moment, as the sound of the drum rang out, the entire world trembled. Tao Master Qingyun looked like he was drunk. His body swayed, and he almost fell from the starry sky. Swoosh! A flame flashed, and Tao Master Qingyun's clothes were burned to ashes, revealing his muscular upper body. There was a bloody mark on his chest, and the bloody mark was quickly disappearing. In just an instant, the bloody mark disappeared as if it had never been there. Preposterous! Tao Master Qingyun was angry. He was actually injured by these ants. Kill! Without any hesitation, Tao Master Qingyun attacked angrily. The divine sword in his hand suddenly disappeared, disappearing without a trace. Formless swords? When the 8 leaders saw this, they hurriedly activated their Emperor Tao artifacts to protect themselves. Clang! The sound of metal colliding rang out as the 8 leaders were sent flying again. This time, they all coughed up blood at the same time. They had received quite a bit of impact. Cutting heaven and earth with one sword, Tao, Lord Qingyun, held the Qingyun immortal slaying sword in his hand and used this move again. The Shadow Clan leader was directly sliced in half. Even his primordial spirit could not escape. The Shadow Clan Patriarch's divine void saber had been stolen by Tao Master Qingyun. Without the divine void saber to protect him, the Shadow Clan Patriarch became the weakest of the 8 magnates. The Shadow Clan Patriarch had fallen. This made the other magnates tremble with fear. Too strong. A giant was born. Nebula Palace's Decimo star map enveloped the surroundings, enveloping Tao, Lord Qingyun within it. Endless power of the stars frantically converged towards the Decimo star map. It was as if all the power of the stars in the starry sky was being guided by the Decimo star map. Kill! 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 The other giants roared and attacked. Terrifying energy waves erupted. Sky-flipping fan, Decimo star map, sky-shaking war drum, vermilion bird plume, devil emperor truebone, dragon emperor reverse scale, and Xian family's heaven-stabilizing divine pearl. All the Tao treasures of ultimate emperor flew up and exploded with the terrifying power of an immortal emperor. The combined attack of the 7 giants caused the entire starry sky to explode. The area where Tao, Lord Qingyun, was located turned into a black hole. The surrounding area of 100,000 li was directly pierced through. Tao, Lord Qingyun, was directly sent into the depths of the primordial chaos by this attack. This, on the peak of the ancestral land of Myriad World Sect, Gu Fei used the mystic light water mirror art. The scene of the battle in the starry sky appeared on the mirror. He won. Mo Xian exclaimed. She never thought that Tao Lord Qingyun was strong enough to force the other magnates to use their immortal Emperor Tao treasures. It's hard to say. Gu Fei said indifferently. It wasn't easy to determine the outcome of a battle of this level. Sure enough, Tao Lord Qingyun broke through the primordial chaos and rushed back. As soon as he came out, he attacked the 7 giants. At this time, his entire body was engulfed in extremely sharp sword light. The 7 giants joined forces and fought against Tao, Lord Qingyun. The sky turned dark and the earth turned dark. Violent energy spread out, causing damage to the surroundings. Tao, Lord Qingyun, continuously sent the 7 giants flying. Roar! At this time, a dragon's roar was heard. The Dragon Emperor reverse scale on Dragon Lord's forehead moved. The scale turned into golden energy, and poured into his body. Dragon Lord's physique rapidly grew stronger. Roar! Dragon Lord roared towards the sky. At this moment, he felt that his whole body was filled with power. It was as though he could shatter the void with a single punch. The madman of Long family swung his fist at Tao Lord Qingyun. His fist collided with Tao Lord Qingyun's sword qi, producing a series of clanging sounds. Bang! Dragon Lord's fist landed on Tao Lord Qingyun's left shoulder. In the next moment, the sound of bones breaking came from Tao Lord Qingyun's body. However, at the moment when Dragon Lord's fist landed on Tao Lord Qingyun's left shoulder, Tao Lord Qingyun's sword had already pierced Dragon Lord. The Qingyun immortal slaying sword pierced through Dragon Lord's body and came out from his back. Damn it! Tao Lord Qingyun's right hand that was holding the Qingyun immortal slaying sword shook violently. He wanted to shatter Dragon Lord's body. However, the Dragon Lord's body was protected by the Dragon Emperor's reverse scale. Tao Master Qingyun's attack failed to shatter the Dragon Lord's body. Instead, the Dragon Lord's body caught the divine sword and he could not pull it back. What? Tao Lord Qingyun was shocked. At this time, the Immortal Emperor grade immortal artifact kept bombarding him. This made it difficult for him to deal with it. He was directly sent flying by the sky-flipping fan. Dong! The sky-shaking war drum sounded. Tao Lord Qingyun spat out a mouthful of blood. This was only the second beat of the war drum. No one had ever been able to withstand 9 beats of the war drum. Usually, those guys would die after 4 or 5 beats. Boom! The Decimo star map of Nebula Palace emitted a terrifying energy fluctuation and directly suppressed Tao Lord Qingyun. Seeing the scene, Mo Xian, and the others were dumbfounded. The 7 magnates were powerful. They could actually defeat Tao Lord Qingyun. This was definitely a good thing for them. Tao Lord Qingyun seems to have an undeserved reputation. Chapter 4076. Dong! The war drum shook the heavens. Everyone felt their blood boiling when they heard it, as if the blood in their bodies was burning. Everyone's divine soul was shaken. Those with weaker cultivation directly fell from the starry sky. They were almost scared out of their wits by the sound of the drum. This was only the second time the battle drum sounded. But all the stars within a radius of 100,000 miles directly exploded. Tao Master Qingyun was the first to bear the brunt. The terrifying sound waves made him dizzy, and he felt as if his soul was about to be shaken out of his body. At this time, the entire starry sky was boiling. A blade light passed through the entire starry sky and directly destroyed countless stars in the void. Tao Master Qingyun was desperate. He used the godly virtual blade that he had stolen from the Shadow Clan. With one slash, he split the starry sky and rushed out from the suppression of the 10-direction star map. However, as soon as he appeared, a piece of demon bone smashed into his head. Tao Master Qingyun only felt his vision go black and he almost fainted. He fell from the starry sky for thousands of miles and smashed into a star. The star exploded and a destructive aura spread in all directions. It was as if an incomparably bright flame had suddenly bloomed in the starry sky. Roar! Tao Master Qingyun roared. His hair was disheveled and blood constantly oozed from his forehead. Traces of blood appeared on his face. His head was almost smashed by the Demon Emperor's real bone. Damn you! Tao Master Qingyun was furious. In the next moment, the sword essence that he had condensed for countless years finally erupted. Buzz! It was as if the 9 heavens' divine sword had been unsheathed. Endless sword light gushed out from every pore on his body. Every sword light pierced through the void between heaven and earth. The clan lord of the Foam clan, who was closer to Tao Master Qingyun, was directly pierced by the sword light. The clan lord of the Feng clan screamed and retreated. The immortal emperor power that erupted from the fan protected his primordial spirit, preventing him from being killed. Tiny holes appeared on the surface of the heaven-flipping fan. This immortal emperor-grade magic treasure was damaged, and its power was greatly reduced. Damn it! When the leader of the Feng clan saw this, his heart was bleeding. This was the most precious treasure of the Feng clan. It was damaged, and its power was greatly reduced. To the Feng clan, this was definitely a disaster. Not only was the Feng clan master affected, but Dao Master Qingyan also attacked the 7 giants indiscriminately. The Netherworld Demon Lord activated the Devil Emperor's true bone. A monstrous devil chi rushed out from the Devil Emperor's true bone, and a vague devil shadow emerged on the Devil Emperor's true bone. The mysterious demonic shadow threw out a punch and blocked the countless sword lights that pierced through it. However, in the next moment, the sword light broke through the mysterious demonic figure's power and pierced the Demon Emperor's true bone, producing a metallic clang. A small piece of true bone blocked Dao Master Qingyun's invincible sword light. However, the bone could only protect the dark demon Lord Soul. Streaks of light directly pierced through the dark demon Lord's body. The Nether Demon Lord was severely injured. The sword chi had invaded his body and was constantly destroying his life force. At this moment, the Dragon Lord was also attacked. However, the Dragon Lord had fused with the Dragon Emperor's reverse scale. Dao Master Qingyun's invincible sword chi could not hurt him at all. Roar! The golden dragon rampaged amidst the boundless sword light. Wherever it passed, the sword light would shatter and dissipate into the void, completely disappearing. Swoosh! The golden dragon stretched out its claw and slapped at Dao Master Qingyan. Rumble! Wherever the dragon's claw passed, the endless sword light collapsed and disappeared. Just as the dragon's claw reached the top of Dao Master Qingyun's head, a particularly dazzling sword light soared into the sky and flashed past. The dragon's claw was actually cut down by the sword light. That was an immortal sword, and wherever it passed, nothing could stop it. Clang! Dao Master Qingyun's sword fiercely struck the Dragon Lord, sending him flying 100 li away. The divine pearl of the Xian clan was also sent flying. All the immortal emperor-grade immortal weapons could not withstand Dao Master Qingyun's sword and were all sent flying. The formation of the 7 magnates was instantly broken by Dao Master Qingyan. Everyone was inexplicably shocked. Dao Master Qingyan was a living immortal emperor after all. The Dark Devil Lord and the others were merely relying on their immortal emperor-grade immortal weapons to fight against Dao Master Qingyan. It seems like they can't hold on any longer. Emo Xian, who was watching the battle from the top of a mountain in the ancestral land of the Myriad World sect, exclaimed. The 7 magnates were unimaginably powerful. Any one of them could kill her with a single finger. Such existences were enough for her to look up to. But now, she was following Gu Fei. There was no need for her to look up to these fellas. Only these fellas could look up to her. Master, what should we do? Zhou Zairu asked nervously. At this moment, everyone on the top of the mountain was looking at Gu Fei. Gu Fei was watching the battle with the mystic light technique in the sky above the mountain. The battle in the starry sky appeared in the void above the mountain. Dao Master Qingyan was invincible, suppressing the 7 magnates. This caused everyone to be inexplicably shocked. Only Gu Fei's expression was calm, as if he didn't care. From Gu Fei's point of view, no matter how strong an immortal emperor was, he couldn't be stronger than a sage, an extreme Dao sovereign, or an eternal sovereign. Although Gu Fei was only a worldly immortal, he had the eternal true bone. His physique was so strong that he wouldn't even be afraid of an immortal emperor, let alone a golden immortal. He didn't say anything and just smiled. In the next moment, a black shadow appeared in the sky above the mountain. This person was dressed in black and looked exactly like Gu Fei. It was his avatar. Gu Fei's avatar took a step forward and disappeared in the void. When it reappeared, the black-robed Gu Fei had already entered the starry sky. "Come at me." Tao Master Qingyun seemed to have gone mad. With a saber in one hand and a sword in the other, he madly attacked the black-robed Gu Fei. Swish! With a wave of his right hand, an immortal sword ray immediately rushed out from his hand and instantly fell on the head of the black-robed Gu Fei. Clang! The powerful sword directly hit the head of the black-robed Gu Fei. However, the supreme sword in Tao Master Qingyun's hand, which was said to be able to slay immortals and gods, bounced back. Gu Fei's avatar had been tempered thousands of times. How could a mere immortal emperor's sword hurt it? The black-robed Gu Fei completely ignored the immortal slaying sword. He directly stretched out his right hand and grabbed the immortal slaying sword in the hand of Tao Master Qingyun. At the same time, the black-robed Gu Fei's left fist had already hit the chest of Tao Master Qingyun. Bang! With a muffled sound and a flash of blood, Tao Master Qingyun's body was actually punched through by the black-robed Gu Fei. The bloody fist came out of Tao Master Qingyun's back. This. Chapter 4077. Gu Fei's clone punched through the body of the Azure Cloud Taoist with a single punch. This caused everyone who saw this to be completely dumbfounded. That was an immortal emperor that had lived from ancient times until now. Azure Cloud Taoist should have been invincible in the immortal martial realm. However, he met Gu Fei. Gu Fei didn't act, only his clone acted. Azure Cloud Taoist, who suppressed the 7 hegemons, was almost blasted apart by a single punch from Gu Fei. Azure Cloud Taoist was directly blasted 1,000 miles away by a single punch from Gu Fei. The true blood of an immortal emperor rained down from the sky. Each drop of immortal emperor true blood was comparable to a supreme medicinal herb. Among the 10 hegemons of the immortal martial realm, there were many alchemists. When they saw this scene, their eyes all turned red. Immortal emperor true blood could be used to concoct supreme medicine. If they could obtain a drop of immortal emperor true blood, these alchemists would be able to concoct pills that could raise their cultivation bases. Although it wasn't a divine pill, it was close to it. At this moment, the sound of the great Tao rang out from Azure Cloud Taoist. Countless immortal runes interweaved on his body as his injuries rapidly healed. The 7 hegemons all retreated when they saw Gu Fei acting. These fellows had lived for countless years. They had no choice but to fight against Azure Cloud Taoist. Their little lives were in the hands of Gu Fei. They could only brace themselves and fight. Other than the clan leader of the Blackwater clan being killed by Gu Fei with a flick of his fingers, the Azure Cloud sect leader and the clan leader of the Shadow clan both died in the hands of Azure Cloud Taoist. 3 of the 10 hegemons had fallen to the central immortal realms. This was definitely a heaven-piercing matter. The balance of power in the central immortal realms was about to be reshuffled. Roar! Azure Cloud Taoist roared the heavens. In just a few breaths of time, his injuries were completely healed. The powerful pressure he exuded caused the entire starry space to tremble. Boundless astral energy frenziedly gathered towards Azure Cloud Taoist, being converted into his own sword Tao, one with the sword. Azure Cloud Taoist directly fused with the Azure Cloud Battle God sword he had cultivated for countless years. In just an instant, a startling sword light appeared in the sky. Buzz! The cry of the sword reached the heavens, and the shocking sword light swept across thousands of miles. The sword light made a turn in the starry sky, and it directly went for the black-robed Gu Fei. Wherever the sword light passed, a pitch-black spatial crack was left in the void. The black-clad Gu Fei stretched out his right hand and slapped away the sword light that was slashing at him. Seeing this, the Nether Demon Lord was indescribably shocked. Master's clone was already so powerful. Wouldn't his original body be even more powerful? The other magnates were also dumbfounded. Gu Fei's strength had far exceeded everyone's expectations. Whoosh! The sword light streaked across the sky, directly destroying countless stars. A terrifying destructive force came down from the starry sky, causing the billions of living beings on the ground to tremble. Dao, Master, Qin Yin! Countless cultivators looked up into the starry sky in fear. That immortal sword light could be clearly seen even from the ground. However, in the next moment, the dazzling sword light vanished in an instant. Everyone who witnessed this scene was shocked and in disbelief. The peerless experts who were watching the battle in the starry sky were even more shocked, and their eyeballs almost fell to the ground, because they saw an incredible scene. The black-robed Gu Fei actually opened his mouth and directly swallowed the dazzling sword radiance that pierced through. This was the invincible sword radiance formed by Dao, Master Qin Yun's man, and sword fusion. At this time, the black-clothed Gu Fei was equivalent to swallowing a person in one bite. Poor Dao Master Qin Yun, he died just like that, after being swallowed by Gu Fei's clone. Even a sage would not be able to escape the fate of being refined, let alone an immortal emperor. Dao Master Qin Yun died just like that. That was an immortal emperor. He swallowed an immortal emperor. The Nether Demon Lord and the other magnates were dumbfounded and couldn't believe it. They looked at the black-clothed Gu Fei in a different way, and they were even more in awe. This, in the ancestral grounds of the Myriad World sect, Zhou, Zairu, and Emosian were also shocked to the extreme. Never would they have thought that the battle in the starry sky would end in such a manner. Master is invincible. Zhou Zairu was incomparably agitated. She was very clear what this meant. Right now, even the strongest existence in the immortal martial realm, Dao Master Qin Yun, wasn't a match for Gu Fei. Gu Fei was invincible in the immortal martial realm. Nobody dared to act against him anymore. Invincible. Emosian had a complicated look on her face as she stared at Gu Fei. As for the Myriad World sect leader and the others, they had a different kind of feeling. Gu Fei was invincible. In that case, they had completely lost all hope of regaining their freedom. They would have to obediently be Gu Fei's servants for the rest of their lives. The Nether Demon Lord and the other magnates couldn't sit still anymore. However, nobody bothered with them. Even for Gu Fei, subduing these fellows was just a spur of the moment. The curtains of the great battle ended. Gu Fei ascended to the peak, staring down at the millions and millions of lives in the immortal martial realm. 3 days later, a group of people arrived at the outskirts of the immortal martial realm. Among these people, the ones leading the way were none other than the Nether Demon Lord and the others. These magnates were all existences that could cause the entire immortal martial realm to tremble with just a single step. Great Earth Ancestor Veins. When Gu Fei arrived, he instantly saw the truth of this place. This place was none other than the center of the immortal martial realm, and there were many Great Earth Ancestor Veins condensing underground. The entire area of a radius of 10,000 miles was enveloped by a supreme killing formation. No matter who it was, even if they were immortal emperors, if they barged in, only death would await them. Master, we can only come here. In front of a memorial arch, the Nether Demon Lord and the others halted. Behind the memorial arch was the true killing ground. Even if a deity was here, they wouldn't dare to barge in. Master, do you really want to enter? Zhou Zairu worriedly asked. I have to obtain the origin energy of heaven and earth, no matter what. Gu Fei had a heavy expression on his face. If he could obtain the origin energy of heaven and earth and refine it, he would be able to recover at least 10% of his cultivation base. Even if he could only recover 10% of his cultivation base, he would be able to return to the primogenitor realm. To Gu Fei, the primogenitor realm was the place all experts yearned for even in their dreams. The existence of the immortal martial realm was merely limited to the immortal martial realm. To the countless cultivators of the immortal martial realm, they were merely frogs at the bottom of a well. Gu Fei glanced at the Nether Demon Lord and the others before directly stepping into the killing ground. vanishing from the vision of everyone. The Nether Demon Lord and the others couldn't help but exchange mutual glances, seeing the fear in each other's eyes. Everyone was waiting in front of the memorial arch. Gu Fei could devour the azure cloud Tao, sovereign alive. Maybe he could also break the killing formation within the absolute kill sect and obtain the origin energy of heaven and earth. And at this moment, Gu Fei seemed to have entered a different world. After advancing for tens of miles, a boundless desert actually appeared in front of him. How is this possible? Chapter 4078. There was an extremely mysterious place in the immortal martial realm. Ordinary cultivators wouldn't even know of this place. Even some aristocratic clans and sects didn't know of it. Only those aristocratic clans and sects that had existed for countless years had the qualifications to know of this place. In the deepest depths of the central immortal realms, there was a true celestial ground. Over here, there was an indescribably beautiful scenery. Immortal qi permeated the air, and because no one had ever come here before, there were no roads here. Gu Fei strolled about in this celestial realm, as though he had separated himself from the mortal world. Everywhere he looked, he could see old medicinal herbs growing in the mountain streams, beside boulders under trees. Although he was very far away, Gu Fei could already smell the fragrance of herbs. Not far away, there was a ginseng emperor growing beside a boulder, and in the middle of a spring, there was a 9th-ranked immortal lotus. Faintly, he could see immortal beasts drinking water in the mountain streams. This place was extremely calm and peaceful, causing Gu Fei to feel extremely comfortable. He wanted to continue walking like this forever. However, after walking for tens of miles, the scenery in front of Gu Fei suddenly changed. A boundless desert appeared in front of him. Gu Fei furrowed his brows. This kind of visual impact caused him to feel extremely uncomfortable. A wave of heat gushed over as he felt his body heating up. There was a situation. Gu Fei's heart trembled. Given his current cultivation base, he should be impervious to heat and cold. But now he actually felt heat. Swish! A violet scar appeared in the center of Gu Fei's brows, as though a divine eye was about to open. A powerful surge of divine sense gushed forth from the scar, instantly enveloping the area 10,000 miles in front of him. Within this 10,000-mile radius, even the slightest changes would be instantly sensed by him. However, in the next instant, Gu Fei couldn't help but to be shocked. He actually couldn't sense anything at all. Everything in front of him seemed to be an illusion, nothing but the void. How can this be? Gu Fei was infuriated. Seems like everything in front of him was just an illusion. To be able to make illusions so real, the person must definitely be a supreme expert. Even immortal emperors wouldn't be able to do so. Sage? To think that a mid-tier world like the immortal martial realm would once have a saint. Gu Fei was a little surprised. It should be known that sages were not like immortals and gods. Even in high-class great worlds, sages were experts and overlords of a region. The immortal martial realm didn't have the boundless spiritual qi of heaven and earth for sages to cultivate. When saints cultivated, the amount of heaven and earth spiritual qi they consumed was simply unimaginable. Most probably, a single breath was sufficient to devour the entire immortal martial realm. It should be known that a mid-grade heaven and earth could only give birth to an immortal emperor. Above the immortal emperor were the gods who could shatter the void and enter the heavenly divine realm. Ever since the immortal martial realm experienced that dark commotion, no one else was able to ascend to the heavenly god realm. Tao, sovereign green cloud, originally had a high chance of ascending. Unfortunately, he was swallowed by Gu Fei's doppelganger. Boom! At this moment, a loud sound suddenly rang out from the desert ahead. The entire world shook, and then an army of thousands of horses galloped over. An extremely shocking voice rang out from the desert. Rumble! From afar, a yellow cloud of dust appeared. It was like a gigantic wave of yellow sand gushing over, causing the sand to soar high up into the sky. As the wave of sand got closer and closer, Gu Fei felt the ground beneath his feet trembling. All of this didn't seem to be an illusion. However, Gu Fei remained unmoving like a mountain, allowing the wave of sand that was even taller than a mountain to crash over. Boom! That wave directly slammed into Gu Fei. In the next instant, Gu Fei was actually flung through the air. The entire space was instantly filled with boundless yellow sand. So this is the case. Preposterous. Gu Fei was infuriated. His body trembled as a violent surge of energy gushed forth from him, causing the surrounding sand to be blasted away. Roar! A terrifying roar rang out in the air. At this moment, outside the forbidden ground of the central immortal realms, everyone was indescribably shocked. That is, Zhou Zairu stared in shock at the back of the memorial arch. An extremely violent energy fluctuation gushed out from within, causing the entire mountain range to tremble. In the next instant, the white jade memorial arch at the entrance of the forbidden ground seemed to have come to life as resplendent, rainbow-colored light shot out from it. It was like an unparalleled expert had awoken from his slumber. The energy radiating from the memorial arch directly suppressed the entire region. Gu Fei fought against the thing inside so quickly. Mo Xian exclaimed in shock. The #1 forbidden ground of the immortal martial realm was definitely filled with countless dangers. Back then, those major characters of the immortal martial realm had laid down layers of killing formations here. There were even saints who acted. Those saints weren't existences the aboriginals of the immortal martial realm could compare to. As for the netherworld devil lord and the others, their hearts were filled with complicated emotions. One must know that if Gu Fei died inside, they might have to be buried together with him. However, they didn't wish to see Gu Fei coming out alive. The major characters of the immortal martial realm all felt extremely conflicted in their hearts. Master will definitely be able to turn misfortune into fortune. Sword Immortal Clearwind had a heavy expression on his face. Among those fellows who submitted to Gu Fei, only Sword Immortal Clearwind was sincere in his loyalty, sincerely treating Gu Fei as his master. However, Zhou Zairu and Mo Xian, his hearts were still heavy. Rumble! At this moment, incomparably thunderous sounds rang out from within the forbidden ground. Even the memorial arch was trembling, causing the spectators outside to be indescribably shocked. Bang! Boom! Within the forbidden ground, Gu Fei was fighting against an illusory figure. The two of them moved rapidly in the air, and every time they clashed, the surrounding space would instantly crumble apart as a gigantic black hole appeared in the middle of the void. You are merely a remnant soul, yet you actually dare to obstruct me? Gu Fei spoke as he attacked. A powerful divine sense gushed forth from the center of his brows. This was a communication between divine senses that transcended language and race. That illusory figure didn't say anything. He only focused on attacking Gu Fei. Boom! The illusory figure blasted out a punch. Boundless yellow sand immediately condensed into a fist that was even larger than a mountain in front of his fist. The huge fist that was condensed from yellow sand directly smashed towards Gu Fei. An extremely violent power erupted and a terrifying aura filled every inch of the space. Fine. Then I will let you die once again. Gu Fei let out a long roar and also blasted out a punch. In front of the huge fist made of yellow sand, his fist was incomparably small. However, such a small fist was able to shake a mountain. Boom! With a loud bang, the two fists of different sizes instantly collided. In the next moment, two violent forces erupted at the same time, directly crushing the space within a radius of 12 miles. The mighty energy storm that swept out in all directions directly destroyed everything. The huge fist that was condensed from yellow sand directly collapsed in the air, turning back into the boundless yellow sand. A blurry silhouette indistinctly appeared in the midst of the yellow sand. Powerful waves of earth attribute energy gushed forth from that silhouette. It was unknown how many times stronger this energy wave was compared to the other hegemons of the immortal martial realm outside. Swish! Gu Fei directly broke through the boundless yellow sand and instantly appeared in front of that silhouette. Stretching out his hands, he directly grabbed towards that silhouette. However, he only managed to grab a handful of yellow sand before that blurry silhouette disappeared completely. Even Gu Fei had no way to sense how this fellow disappeared. The yellow sand churned as that mysterious silhouette directly appeared behind Gu Fei. After that, he soundlessly punched towards Gu Fei's back. Bang! The mysterious silhouette's fist directly smashed into Gu Fei's back. However, Gu Fei's body didn't even sway a little. In the next instant, Gu Fei flipped his palm, directly shattering that silhouette. The yellow sand enveloped a radius of 10,000 miles. In this space, that mysterious silhouette was everywhere. This was also an innate technique similar to a domain, but it was many times stronger compared to a domain. That silhouette could condense and disperse at will. After being struck by Gu Fei's palm, it instantly dissipated into the air, as though it didn't receive any impact at all. Good, very good. Gu Fei laughed. Before this fellow died, he was definitely a saint. If not, how could a mere remnant soul be so powerful? It seemed like the immortal martial realm was once ruled by a certain existence. Could it be those fellows from the primogenitor realm? In the primogenitor realm, those hegemons controlled countless worlds. Maybe this immortal martial realm was once the hunting ground of one of those hegemons. However, for some unknown reason, those hegemons gave up on the immortal martial realm and never appeared again. Spirit refinement. Gu Fei roared in rage. In the next instant, the center of his brows split apart as a whirlpool appeared. The strand of divine sense from the surrounding yellow sand was instantly sucked into the center of his brows. Without the support of the divine sense, the yellow sand directly dissipated into the air, no longer condensing together. Roar! The mysterious silhouette struggled and howled in rage, wanting to escape. However, the spirit refinement energy that gushed out from the center of Gu Fei's brows had already absorbed the silhouette, causing the yellow sand to collapse. Within the yellow sand, numerous illusory silhouettes flew out unceasingly and were directly sucked into the whirlpool in the center of Gu Fei's brows. Each and every one of those silhouettes emitted incomparably powerful divine sense fluctuations. These silhouettes all belonged to a single person. Not even an hour later, the remnant soul of that mysterious silhouette was completely devoured by Gu Fei and refined. His soul energy was all absorbed by the eternal true bone in his chest. The boundless yellow sand disappeared, and after the yellow sand dissipated, what appeared in front of Gu Fei was a huge river. A huge river flowing with turbid, yellowish-brown water appeared in front of him, and there were some things floating on the surface of the river. Chapter 4079. A river stretched across the sky, blocking the way forward. The corpse water flowed down from upstream, flowing to an unknown destination. Corpses floated up and down on the surface of the river. The corpses looked like they had just died, and their faces were vivid and lifelike. Gu Fei saw a corpse a few miles away from him with a bloody hole in its head. Blood seemed to be seeping out of the hole. The opposite shore could not be seen, and the surface of the lake was shrouded in a deathly gray mist. Deep within the mist, the sound of water splashing could be heard from time to time, as if something was stirring up waves in the dead river. Moreover, what surprised Gu Fei was that the dead river seemed to have some kind of power that was blocking his divine telekinesis. Boom! Gu Fei punched forward, and a violent fist force immediately erupted from his fist. In the next moment, the dead river in front of him surged with huge waves, revealing the bottom of the river. The bottom of the river was hundreds of feet deep, and the bottom was filled with white bones. Some belonged to humans, and some belonged to different races. They were all white bones, and most of them were from the human race. Gu Fei even saw a dragon skeleton. Only half of the dragon skeleton was exposed, and the other half was still in the water. Even the exposed part of the dragon skeleton was thousands of feet long. It could be seen that when the dragon was alive, it was definitely a huge creature. What's going on? Gu Fei stood by the river and looked around. He could not help but frown. It would be difficult to cross the river, but it was not a problem for him. He had plenty of immortal and divine weapons in his inner world. The raging dead river gradually calmed down. However, at this moment, a wooden boat floated out from the mist on the opposite side, and on the boat stood a humanoid creature. To be more precise, it was a skeleton. A skeleton rowing a boat? Seeing this, Gu Fei's pupils shrank. The skeleton rowed the boat to Gu Fei. Gu Fei smiled and jumped onto the wooden boat. Then, the skeleton swung its oars and rowed towards the river. Gu Fei stood at the bow of the boat, facing the gusts of death wind. These strong death wind were blocked by an invisible force about a foot away from him. The small skeleton's body was sparkling and translucent, like a piece of divine jade. In particular, the soul fire in its skull was incomparably powerful. It was as dazzling as a small sun. This undying creature's cultivation had already surpassed the immortal emperor. Even Dao Sovereign Qinyan might not be a match for this undying creature. The dead river was incomparably vast. After an hour, they still could not see the other side. This made Gu Fei somewhat impatient. The undead creature was still pushing the boat. Suddenly, the surroundings became very quiet. Only the sound of the paddle could be heard. What puzzled Gu Fei was that the corpses in the river had disappeared. Where did they go? Boom! Just as Gu Fei was about to lose his patience, a pillar of water suddenly appeared in front of him. This pillar of water soared into the sky, and a terrifying death energy burst out from it. Inside the water column, powerful figures could be seen indistinctly. Is it finally here? Gu Fei stood at the bow with his hands behind his back and looked indifferently at the water column in front of him. Plop! The undying skeleton that was rowing the boat actually jumped off the boat. Boom! Another water column soared into the sky. This water column was only a few miles away from the small wooden boat that Gu Fei was on. However, what surprised Gu Fei was that although the water column soared into the sky, the lake was very calm. Boom! 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 Water columns constantly rushed up from all sides of the small wooden boat. In the end, a total of 9 water columns surrounded Gu Fei and the small wooden boat. The terrifying death energy sealed the void around the small wooden boat. Gu Fei could sense everything around him. The surrounding void seemed to have solidified. In the next moment, the small wooden boat under his feet directly collapsed. Gu Fei was directly imprisoned in the void. Splash! The sound of water came from below. A big hand rose from the surface of the water and directly grabbed at Gu Fei. Just as the big hand was about to grab Gu Fei, a ball of divine light immediately emerged from Gu Fei's body and enveloped him. The big hand directly grabbed the ball of divine light that emerged from Gu Fei's body and was directly blocked by the ball of divine light. Little guy, obediently accept your death. Perhaps you will suffer less. An old voice resounded in Gu Fei's mind. You think you can kill me? Gu Fei laughed. Ha ha! Won't you know whether or not I can kill you after you try? The voice resounded again. Then the 9 water columns of death directly converged inwards, and the terrifying power of destruction directly obliterated Gu Fei. The surrounding void collapsed and was annihilated. That's it. Gu Fei chuckled. He still stood with his hands behind his back, letting the power of destruction that was enough to obliterate the void to obliterate him. Boom! With a loud bang, the 9 pillars of water merged together in an instant, and the entire void exploded. Huge waves were set off on the calm surface of the river, and the weather between heaven and earth changed color. Gu Fei, who was in the center of the power of destruction, was as still as a mountain. No matter how powerful and terrifying the power of death outside his body was, he still wore a smile on his face and was unmoved. The mysterious expert hiding in the dark seemed to be startled by this scene as well. A skeletal hand directly broke through the layers of power of destruction and directly grabbed the layer of divine light outside Gu Fei's body. Crack! As if something had been scratched, the layer of divine light outside Gu Fei's body was scratched by the skeletal hand, and a fist-sized hole appeared. After the skeletal hand broke through the protective light outside Gu Fei's body, it directly grabbed at Gu Fei's head. On the 5 skeletal hands, there were 5 extremely sharp rays of light. If an ordinary person were to be scratched, there would definitely be 5 bloody holes on their head. However, Gu Fei was not an ordinary person. Gu Fei extended his hand and grabbed the skeletal hand. In the next moment, a wave of power came from his hand and directly shattered the skeletal hand. Roar! A terrifying roar resounded, and the entire dead river boiled. The originally disappeared corpses suddenly reappeared. Countless corpses floated up from the bottom of the water. Every corpse had their eyes open as if they had been revitalized. Kill him! The mysterious expert roared. In the next moment, a hair-raising scene appeared. The corpses that floated up from the bottom of the water actually moved. Every corpse was surrounded by a strong aura of death. Roar! Countless corpses that seemed to have come back to life roared at the sky. Even Gu Fei felt his scalp go numb when he saw the scene. In the next moment, countless corpses shot up from the dead river and turned into terrifying evil spirits that pounced at Gu Fei. What's the use of having so many ants? Gu Fei chuckled and allowed the corpses that had turned into evil spirits to pounce at him. Bang! As a dull thud was heard, an evil spirit directly collided with the protective light outside Gu Fei's body. However, in the next moment, the evil spirit exploded and turned into a cloud of blood mist. Immediately after, a concentrated collision sound was heard. The evil spirits directly collided with Gu Fei's protective light and exploded into clouds of blood mist. Very soon, Gu Fei was shrouded in the blood mist. At this moment, he was shocked to find that the blood mist was actually corroding his protective light. After his protective light came into contact with the blood mist, it actually dimmed. What a great idea you have! Gu Fei smiled. In the next moment, his protective light that had dimmed due to the corrosion of the blood of death became bright again. Who the hell are you? The mysterious expert hiding in the dark was extremely shocked. This seems to be a question that I should be asking. Gu Fei stood with his hands behind his back and said calmly, "You're someone from above." The person was shocked. So this world has indeed been conquered by someone. Gu Fei didn't feel the slightest bit surprised. However, a mid-tier world like the immortal martial realm shouldn't be able to attract the attention of those hegemons from the ancestral realm. A mid-tier world was only a place for those aristocrats in the ancestral realm to roam and hunt when they had nothing better to do. If those aristocrats came to a mid-tier world like the immortal martial realm, they would definitely be invincible existences. Immortal emperors, deities, they were all lowly life forms that could be slapped to death with a single palm. As expected, you are not someone from this world. Which world did you come from? The mysterious expert was incomparably shocked. At this moment, the countless evil spirits had already completely engulfed Gu Fei. There were still countless evil spirits rushing out from the Death River. They were like puppets, directly rushing towards Gu Fei. Gu Fei smiled. He didn't say anything. After that, he flicked his sleeves as an extremely violent astral wind arose, sweeping away the blood mist as well as the countless evil spirits that were rushing towards him. Countless evil spirits were directly shattered into pieces in the air. With Gu Fei at the center, the entire surface of the river sank several hundred meters. Boom! In the next instant, Gu Fei directly split the water path and rushed forward. Everywhere he passed, everything was smashed into pieces, leaving behind a long scar on the surface of the river. Very quickly, they saw an ancient palace floating on the surface of the river in front of them. It was a great palace built from white bones. It was as tall as a mountain and gave off a powerful pressure. Within the bone palace, everything was pitch black, with death chi swirling around it. At the instant Gu Fei arrived, 2 spots of green light suddenly lit up within the bone palace. Boom! In the next instant, a boundless death chi akin to the eruption of 100,000 volcanoes erupted from the bone palace, causing the entire sky to turn dark. A gigantic black silhouette appeared in the airspace above the bone palace. Gu Fei halted, standing in the air with his hands clasped behind his back as he calmly stared at the black silhouette above the bone palace. The existence within the bone palace was none other than the fellow that acted against him earlier. At this moment, a figure walked out from the bone palace. Chapter 4080. Gu Fei directly broke through the boundless mist of death, splitting the waterway as he slaughtered his way into the depths of the Death River. There was a bone palace floating on the surface of the river. The entire bone palace was enveloped by a dense aura of death. Looking inside, it was pitch black. Even with Gu Fei's cultivation base, he couldn't see what was inside the bone palace. However, just as Gu Fei stopped, boom! The entire bone palace suddenly trembled violently. In the next instant, boundless death chi erupted from the bone palace. The boundless energy shook the heavens and earth. A black silhouette appeared in the air above the bone palace. 2 blood-colored lights shot out from the eyes of this black silhouette, sweeping towards Gu Fei. "Little fellow, are you rushing here to die?" A divine sense rippled out from the bone palace, after which a silhouette walked out from the bone palace. Gu Fei's eyes instantly lit up when he saw this human-shaped fellow. "It's you!" Gu Fei would never have imagined that this fellow who walked out from the bone palace was actually the undying skeleton that came to pick him up on the small wooden boat. "Are you surprised?" The undying skeleton asked. Its eyes shone with a soul light akin to 2 sharp swords. "I'm just surprised." Gu Fei lightly smiled as he shook his head. This fellow really treated him as a character. However, in his eyes, this fellow was no different from an ant. One must know that in his inner world, there was an army of death led by the 3 emperors of death. Any one of them was countless times stronger than this undying skeleton. If he released the army of death, it would definitely not be a problem to sweep through the entire immortal martial realm. Humph. So what if you are someone from above? It's not like I haven't killed those people before. Not the skeleton coldly laughed. Are you the subordinate of that giant from the primogenitor realm? Gu Fei suddenly asked. Primogenitor realm? What is that? The undying skeleton asked. So you don't even know about the primogenitor realm? You actually dare to be impudent in front of me? Gu Fei's voice turned cold. What's with the nonsense? After killing you and devouring your vitality, I will be able to regenerate my flesh and reverse the cycle of life and death, the undying skeleton said with a sneer. Gu Fei chuckled and said, then come and kill me. Humph, the undying skeleton sneered. In the next moment, a powerful soul force erupted from its head and a sword shadow appeared in the void. This was the sword of death. Whoosh! The sword of death formed from soul power pierced towards Gu Fei at an extremely fast speed. However, Gu Fei casually pointed a finger with his right hand and directly touched the death sword that was piercing towards him. In the next moment, the death sword directly shattered. You want to kill me with just this? You think too highly of yourself. Gu Fei smiled faintly as he took a step forward. At this moment, the black shadow in the sky above the bone palace suddenly made a move. A huge palm that was like a mountain slammed towards Gu Fei. The violent power of death directly shattered the void. Gu Fei did not even look at the huge palm that was slapping down from the sky. He only waved his hand upwards, and the huge palm directly shattered in the void. "Eat my fist!" Gu Fei clenched his right hand and directly punched forward. It seemed like an ordinary punch, but it erupted with a powerful momentum that was pressing forward. The undying skeleton also punched out. Boom! The two fists collided in an instant. In the next moment, cracks appeared on the undying skeleton's entire arm as if it could shatter at any time. Gu Fei's right fist shook, and an even more powerful force erupted from his fist. Then the bones in the undying skeleton's entire arm were shattered. It was directly sent flying thousands of feet away and almost smashed into the bone palace. Just like an ant, Gu Fei stood with his hands clasped behind his back. He took a step forward and instantly arrived in front of the undying skeleton. Then he stomped his foot. Rumble! As soon as Gu Fei stepped out, the void under his feet immediately collapsed. Bam! Without any suspense, Gu Fei stomped the undying skeleton down from the sky with a single kick. Boom! The undying skeleton directly smashed into the river. Roar! The undying skeleton roared and broke out of the river. Die! Gu Fei pointed his finger at the undying skeleton's glabella. In the next moment, the sole divine light in the undying skeleton's head was directly shattered. The undying skeleton directly fell from the sky. This time, this powerful undying creature did not rush out of the river again. Gu Fei smashed the bone palace that was floating on the surface of the river and sank it into the river. Swoosh! Gu Fei's big sleeves fluttered as he swept across the sky above the river. He strode forward in the void. After half an hour, Gu Fei finally saw the other side. This made him feel incredible. This dead river was really too vast. In half an hour, he could fly for God knows how many miles. Just when Gu Fei was about to leave the dead river, the entire dead river suddenly rolled. Mysterious tentacles rushed out of the river and strangled Gu Fei. Buzz! Gu Fei's body shook. In the next moment, an extremely sharp sword aura rushed out from his body and cut off all the tentacles. When Gu Fei rushed out of the dead river behind him disappeared. He did not know where it went. The dead river was not an illusion, but something that really existed. When the dead river disappeared, a world of ice and snow appeared in front of Gu Fei. It was snowing. He saw snowflakes floating in the sky, and a chill hit his body. Gu Fei could not help but shiver. He did not hesitate and directly walked forward. No matter what danger there was in front of him, he was confident that he could handle it. Roar! Just as he walked into this world of ice and snow, a terrifying roar came from the snowy mountains. Rumble! The snowy mountains suddenly exploded with an extremely shocking sound. Endless snow and ice slid down from the peaks, forming a terrifying avalanche. What? Seeing this, Gu Fei could not help but frown. Just as he passed by a snowy mountain, a fist directly smashed down from the sky towards his head. A violent aura spread in all directions. Gu Fei took a step forward and easily dodged the fist. Boom! The huge fist directly hit the ground and actually made a big pit. The snow and ice on the ground were shaken up into the sky. The figure of a giant ape appeared from the side of the snowy mountain. This was a fierce beast, the snow ape. This snow ape was incomparably huge. Its fist was as big as a small mountain, and it could smash a snowy mountain with one blow. You want to play? Gu Fei smiled and then reached out his hand to draw a line in the void. A crack immediately appeared, and then a figure rushed out from the crack. It was a dragon, a huge dragon. The dragon's aura was vast and mighty in all directions. The pressure of the dragon caused the surrounding void to tremble. As soon as the snow ape saw this huge dragon, it immediately retreated, not wanting to provoke it. However, the huge dragon did not let the snow ape go. It directly rushed towards the snow ape with its fangs and claws, pinning the snow ape to the ground. Crack! The sound of bones breaking was heard. The huge dragon strangled the snow ape to death and then swallowed it. Gu Fei did not keep this huge dragon into his inner world. Instead, he rushed into the sky and directly stood on the dragon's head. He stood on the dragon's head with his hands behind his back and rushed into the depths of this world of ice and snow. Little guy, you actually managed to break into this place. How rare. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang in Gu Fei's mind. As easy as turning over my hand. Gu Fei stood on the dragon's head and said indifferently, "Is that so?" The mysterious man's tone was still calm, as if he had nothing to do with the world. "Are you going to make way, or do you want me to fight my way in?" Gu Fei did not stop and continued to rush forward on the huge dragon. "Pass." The mysterious man seemed to sigh. Then the entire world of ice and snow disappeared as if it had never appeared. Gu Fei was very clear that the world of ice and snow earlier was not an illusion. It seemed like those fellows were using their inner world to set up a killing formation. Regardless of victory or defeat, they would be able to retract their inner world. The mysterious man actually allowed Gu Fei to pass and did not attack Gu Fei. After which, Gu Fei saw an incomparably shocking scene. In front of him, countless glowing objects coiled around an incomparably huge black dragon. Gu Fei directly opened his heavenly eye and saw the black dragon disappear. In its place, a divine pearl appeared in front of him. Boundless primordial chaos chi was concentrated on this divine pearl. The mystical divine pearl unceasingly manifested the heaven and earth, the void, and the myriad of living beings in this world. Gu Fei directly stepped forward and directly chopped down on a glowing rope-like object. Swish! Wherever the blade light passed, the glowing rope was still there. Gu Fei was somewhat taken aback. He didn't think that the forbidden techniques here would be so profound. This was definitely not something that the living beings of the immortal martial realm could use. Roar! The huge dragon beneath Gu Fei's feet suddenly let out a long roar as it opened its mouth and spat out a gush of divine fire. Everywhere the divine fire enveloped, the space was incinerated into nothingness. However, it was still useless. Interesting. Gu Fei laughed. The source energy of heaven and earth was right in front of him, yet he couldn't obtain it. This caused him to feel somewhat depressed. Gu Fei sat cross-legged on the dragon's head and deduced the formation. Formation diagrams appeared in the void one after another. Both in the void and on the ground, there were diagrams everywhere. Kill! Gu Fei abruptly stood up and directly stabbed out with a finger. An incomparably sharp divine light instantly shot out from his finger, shattering a rock tens of miles away. In the next instant, an incomparably thunderous sound rang out. The formation that was suppressing the source energy of heaven and earth started to crumble as countless formation inscriptions started to dissipate. Chapter 4081. Rumble! The collapsing formation was actually rapidly recovering. A new formation core was formed. This was actually a formation that could automatically recover. It was incomparably miraculous. The formation core would immediately reform after being destroyed. Gu Fei didn't feel surprised. After all, this was a formation that could lock down the source energy of heaven and earth. How could it be broken so easily? The scene in front of him was truly terrifying. A gigantic dragon that was countless times larger than a mountain was locked down by boundless law energy. The gigantic dragon seemed to be in a deep slumber. The air it breathed out stirred up the surroundings, and with every breath it took, it caused the weather to change. And when Gu Fei acted, the slumbering gigantic dragon was directly jolted awake. Roar! The gigantic dragon roared in rage. The surrounding space instantly crumbled apart. The space within a radius of 10,000 miles instantly transformed into primordial chaos. Gu Fei stood with his hands clasped behind his back as he emotionlessly watched this scene. This gigantic dragon was none other than the source energy of heaven and earth of the immortal martial realm. The the source energy of heaven and earth transformed into a gigantic dragon. And if this dragon was given enough time, it could transform into the ancestral dragon of this world. The source energy of heaven and earth was actually the heavenly Tao. The life forms formed from the heavenly Tao were definitely the strongest existences in this world. They were the absolute rulers in the immortal martial realm, let alone immortal emperors. Even existences that could shatter space and ascend to the heavenly God realm wouldn't be able to do anything to this gigantic dragon. Only those fellows from the upper realms had the ability to lock down the heavenly Tao of a mid-tier world. Human, if you release me, I am willing to serve you as my master. A voice abruptly rang out in Gu Fei's mind. Interesting. Gu Fei laughed. The gigantic dragon, formed from the heavenly Tao, already had its own will. To the immortal martial realm, this wasn't a good thing. One must know that the heavenly Tao was the purest and most just. Once the heavenly Tao had its own will, it would no longer be pure. The heavenly Tao would destroy all life forms that could threaten it. Release me quickly. The gigantic dragon suddenly turned ferocious. Its eyes that were even more resplendent than divine suns gleamed with a fearsome light. Release you? Sure. Gu Fei smiled and made his move. The law of the great path condensed in his hand, and a heavenly blade appeared in front of him, emitting astonishing power waves. Go! Gu Fei waved his right hand. In the next moment, the heavenly blade floating in front of him immediately turned into an immortal blade light and slashed at the divine law chains that bound the dragon. With a flash of blade light, a divine chain formed from the power of laws wrapped around the dragon's claw was directly cut off. This time he finally succeeded. It wasn't easy to break through this imprisonment formation. In the next moment, the broken divine chain of laws was directly connected back together. Roar! The heavenly dragon was furious. It struggled with all its might, and an unprecedentedly powerful and ferocious aura erupted from its body. The heavenly dragon had turned into an evil dragon. Buzz! The void trembled, and violent dragon might spread in all directions. Countless runes appeared in the chaos, and they intertwined to form ancient pictures. The formation drew in an unimaginable power, firmly suppressing the dragon. The power of the origin source of heaven and earth was absolutely invincible in the immortal martial realm. But unfortunately, the existence that suppressed the dragon was not a creature of the immortal martial realm. Rumble! Each of the divine law chains emitted boundless lightning, and in the next moment, the heavenly dragon was completely enveloped by destructive lightning. The dragon roared unceasingly and finally transformed into a huge divine pearl. This was the original appearance of the origin source of heaven and earth. Countless bolts of lightning were still bombarding the divine bead of origin. A ferocious dragon shadow loomed over the divine bead. Divine chains of law were still firmly locking down the divine bead of origin. Gu Fei no longer attacked. He just stood in the void with his hands clasped behind his back, a look of indifference on his face. He could sense that the power of the formation and the origin source of heaven and earth were both weakening, and the power between the two was mutually canceling out. This was definitely a good thing for Gu Fei. It would be best if the two forces fought until both sides were injured, so he could take advantage of the situation and devour the two forces in one fell swoop. At that time, he would be able to recover a stronger cultivation base. But soon, the divine pearl gradually calmed down, and it no longer struggled. The entire formation also gradually came to a stop. The divine pearl of heaven and earth became obedient. That's it. Gu Fei smiled. The origin source of heaven and earth had already developed its own will, and it naturally wouldn't fight to the death against the formation that suppressed it. Moreover, even if this creature wanted to fight to the death against the formation, it wouldn't be able to. Wanting to take advantage of the situation really isn't an easy thing to do. Gu Fei smiled bitterly and shook his head. He stretched his waist, loosened his joints, and did some warm-up exercises. The next moment his expression turned solemn, and he stared indifferently at the divine pearl in front of him, his eyes incomparably sharp. "Little guy, are you going to fight for real? Then let me see what you've got." The voice of the heavenly spirit directly rang out in Gu Fei's mind. "My ability, is it something that you can imagine?" Gu Fei said indifferently. "What a big tone." The heavenly spirit said disdainfully, "Thunder, come." Gu Fei waved his right hand, and an incomparably shocking sound of thunder resounded in the sky. In the next moment, a bolt of purple divine thunder cut through the void, directly bombarding the divine pearl. "Little brat, you win." The heavenly spirit was shocked and angry. That was the most powerful 9 heavens purple thunder of the immortal martial realm. Although it couldn't hurt it, it was still very uncomfortable to be struck by this divine thunder. "Fire, come." As Gu Fei's voice faded, monstrous divine fire descended from the sky, directly enveloping the heavenly spirit pearl and the entire formation. The heavenly fire burned the prairie, causing the void to distort. Boom! In the next moment, the entire formation abruptly exploded. The terrifying power of the formation directly dispersed the endless heavenly fire summoned by Gu Fei. "Heaven transformation hand." Gu Fei roared in a low voice. His right hand directly pressed down in the void, and a gigantic hand that blotted out the sky instantly appeared, directly breaking apart the power of the formation. Countless formation runes dissipated in the void, directly dissolving. After striking out with this palm, Gu Fei only felt a wave of exhaustion. This was a killing move he created when his cultivation base broke through to the eternal realm. If it wasn't for the support of the eternal true bone, all the essence energy in his body would have been sucked dry, and the cultivation that he had painstakingly cultivated back would have been crippled. How is this possible? The heavenly spirit trapped in the formation was extremely shocked when he saw this scene. He only saw a gigantic hand directly obliterating the formation runes. Just a single strike had almost destroyed the entire formation. Roar! Seeing hope, the heavenly spirit pearl immediately transformed into a giant dragon and soared into the sky. It broke free from the remaining god rule chains on its body and rushed out. "Ha ha!" The heavenly spirit dragon laughed, wantonly, extremely crazed. I'm finally out. I've been sealed for hundreds of millions of years. Hundreds of millions of years I'm going crazy. Today, I'm out. Let this world accompany me in death." The heavenly spirit dragon roared angrily. Gu Fei looked at the crazy heavenly spirit dragon expressionlessly. The dragon opened its mouth and inhaled, completely devouring the remaining power of the formation that sealed it. "You want to destroy the sky?" Gu Fei said indifferently. Wasn't the origin of the world, which was also the heavenly Tao, supposed to protect this part of the world? "I'm the Heaven Stealer. Why can't I destroy the sky?" The heavenly spirit dragon stared at Gu Fei below and sneered. "Heaven Stealer?" Gu Fei's gaze instantly turned cold when he heard that. He wasn't unfamiliar with the Heaven Stealers. They were just fellows that walked on a different path of cultivation. For themselves, these Heaven Stealers could destroy an entire world, causing millions of lives to be plunged into misery. This wasn't something ordinary people could do. Heaven Stealers were all emotionless fellows. For the sake of strength, they would do anything, regardless of the means. They basically didn't care about the lives of others. With regards to the Heaven Stealers, Gu Fei didn't have the slightest favorable impression of them. At this moment, only then did Gu Fei know that the origin of heaven and earth in the immortal martial realm was no longer the original one. "Little fellow, seeing how your body is filled with energy, it's definitely comparable to a supreme divine medicine. Just obediently let me eat you," the Heaven Stealer roared. "Hee hee," Gu Fei laughed. Even the ancestors of the Heaven Stealers in the primogenitor realm didn't dare to be impudent in front of him. Yet this fellow actually wanted to eat him? How ridiculous! The Heaven Stealer opened its mouth and inhaled. A powerful devouring energy instantly enveloped Gu Fei. Gu Fei only felt his body tightening as his entire being was sucked towards the Heaven-Stealer's mouth. Let's see who will devour who. Gu Fei's body trembled as he was instantly immobilized in the air. In the next instant, an even stronger devouring energy erupted from his body as his entire being transformed into a terrifying black hole. What? The Heaven-Stealer was shocked to the extreme when he saw this scene. The little fellow in front of him was actually exuding an aura of eternal undying. He had only seen such an aura from those lords from the upper worlds before. Even those lords from the upper worlds weren't this strong. Who the hell are you? The Heaven-Stealer roared. He only felt the energy in his body leaking out uncontrollably. You don't have the qualifications to know who I am. Gu Fei emotionlessly replied. The Heaven-Stealer howled in rage, wanting to break free. However, the more he struggled, the faster the energy in his body flowed out. This caused him to be terrified to the extreme. You! The Heaven-Stealer was truly panicking. He had expended an inexhaustible amount of effort to steal the origin energy of heaven and earth in the immortal martial realm. After that, he was sealed for millions and millions of years. Now, he originally thought that the bitterness was over and the sweetness had arrived. Just when he was about to display his prowess, he met yet another nemesis.